Один, два, три. 121, 122, 123. А потому что это же самое, как правый, у тебя стерео стоит. Ну а у нас моно, так что бери. Один, два, три. Можно и второй воткнуть. Воткнуть?
Так это им, что, пануть-то?
Он.
И
Ну
второй
вот.
воткнуть.
Куда?
Я думаю, что два будет.
Слушай, один, два, три. 121, 102. Оба, да? Все.
Сейчас еще немножко посмотрим, может, в программе посмотрю, как может сделать что-то в программе. По-моему, как раз сейчас. Вообще, конечно,
Сейчас. Один, два, три. 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128. Нормально, да?
Извините, пожалуйста, обратиться хочу к гостям. А вот кто вчера за социалистическую модель выступал? Поднимите, пожалуйста, руки. Если такие здесь есть. Нету? Все, тогда вопросов нету.
Он сегодня творчески отдыхает.
Так, пожалуйста, садитесь. Пожалуйста, садитесь за стол. Нет, нет. Туда. Так, ребята, начинаем? Значит, я хочу вам всем
I would like to say good morning to all of you. And I would like to wish you a good intellectual day. And so I wish you would participate more actively, and so that you would be all so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yes, and happy to participate. And it is with great pleasure that I'm opening this session. We have Tomás de la Cuadra Salcedo, who is going to make his presentation, and he's our friends. We go back, a friend of our school for a long time. So one of the largest specialists in the area of the law of Spain. So he is the person who consults. He does not consult Russia in the area of the law, but he provides consultation to the whole of Latin America. Legal support is provided as a Ministry of Labor. He headed this institution in the 80s. He is a professor, and the most important part of it is that we have a real expert who is going to share with us, who understands and who he can tell about that. He can tell us what law is. Because yesterday we doubted the existence of democracy, but we did not speak much. That democracy is only for the purposes of getting the society of law and order. And so what's the difference between law and order? And what's the difference between law and order and democracy? And this unprepared conscience does not see the difference between these notions, and maybe this presentation will show the difference between these two notions. And yesterday we had a wonderful discussion at the end of the day, but we need to read more books. Without reading, so you cannot make progress, and so this is something that we have to do. And I'd like to thank Tomás that he especially came long distance from Madrid to Russia for the purpose of making this lecture. It's a big achievement of our school, and I'd like to thank Teresa. Where is Teresa? Teresa is somewhere. Okay, she left. Yeah. And but we'll meet later, and so you will listen to a wonderful translation from Spanish into Russian, because our famous translator Alexander Kazachkov is going to translate, who makes poetry out of translation, and you will see that, you will hear that. And so I'd like to thank Tommaso so for the opening of this session. So then we're opening this session, so let's ask our speaker to make his presentation. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank my my friend Lena, and I'd like to say that I'm always happy, and it was always pleasant to speak in Russia and to come for these sessions that the School of Civil Education organizes. I'd like to touch upon the subject matter that, in my view, is a basic subject, which is the fundamental rights and the principles of legality and law. So we more or less understand what that is. So this is so when this is the rule of law and collective management of a country. But there is a certain logic in this sentence, because the law expresses certain will that the majority sets for the minority, and to what extent. And so there are restrictions. So the first constraint is constitution, procedures, debates, so to achieve a consensus and transparency of those debates. So then there are some material constraints as well, which is fundamental rights of the first generation. So the right for life, for freedom of speech, and but there are some fundamental rights of the civil law and active participation in the life of the country. And so that's why there are principles of legality and law. So there's a constitution, if I can say, and the fundamental rights. And before we go deeper into the subject, so there exists a certain tension between the principles of legality and the fundamental rights. So the principles of legality, they meet the interests of the will of the majority, and the majority is a democratic principle. So the will of the majority is, and then there are other principles that go against the majority, and that has to do with observing the constitution and observing the fundamental rights, which is certain restriction of the will of the majority. It's a self-imposed constraint, and I will talk about the boundaries, about these constraints, limitations, delineation between one sphere and the other sphere. So we need to concentrate on the principle of legality, because or lawfulness. So then, when a dictator rules, or because there are, so he rules in the name of the law or for the sake of the law. So then the laws which are made by the majority, on the other hand, are the laws which have a general nature, abstract nature. So it's not the laws to address certain specific issues, and not to address what are the human rights in a specific case, but a general situation, what kind of rights and obligations people have in a society. And so then the law as an expression of the will of majority, and in a democratic sense, so the majority and the people create the law, but the law has a general nature, which addresses the issues of needs and problems of an ordinary man. So on the one hand, it's the majority, it's the people, it's democracy, and another thing is an abstract and then the general norm. It's not for specific resolution of issues, but in order to speak about the future development of the country. So it doesn't mean that it's the rule of one person or tyrant. It's always, as I always doubt always doubt every decision of the ruler. So we're not talking about the rule or the of a certain person, but we say that the law should be above all. So Rousseau some time ago spoke about the public agreement. So the two main prerequisites of the public agreement is the law, which expresses the general will of the nation. And he was saying that in this context, no one loses freedom because when you create a new law, everyone is ready to be to obey it. And the second characteristic of the law is the general nature of the law, which provides for future situations and visages. So he who kills a person will be punished in this fashion. And Rousseau was talking about that the law has a double-edged nature. So the expression of free will, of general will, and then there is this abstract law and the expression of the will of the majority. And so one of the elements of the legality of the lawfulness is the law that is created by the people, by the citizens. And from the very beginning, this concept of the law was improving. So then the elections, the suffrage was not universal. So there were restrictions. So property, people had to have certain wealth. Women could not participate in elections and could not vote. So the voting rights was not for everybody. But yes, usually, so eventually, so we came up to the point when so we have universal suffrage, so women can vote, and so then the feminist movements that we can observe in the 19th century, so they were fighting for the right to vote, and they got that right, and so we saw what kind of democracy they had if not everyone could vote. So there was this education constraint. So if a person was not literate, he could not vote, and so all this was certainly they stopped doing that, and then so they manipulated, they tossed in the votes, and they falsified the results of the elections. So they did that too, and thus it was spread at that time. And so that's why the message of those who wanted to be elected, they tried to influence the electorate, the voters. But but the level of education of the nation is growing, and the quality is taking a firm stand in the society, universal suffrage, the freedom of press, and eventually all this brings about the situation whereby everyone could vote and everyone can participate in the development of the law. But what was a tough fight. It was not easy. Not only the Great French Revolution and the independence of the United States so contributed to that, and thus everyone can participate in the development of the law. And along parallel to this process, so we need to ask a question. So once the law is there, how do we guarantee that this law will be that the judges, the judiciary, so they have to obey the law and they have to carry out the precepts of the law, and so then we need to control the judicial branch should control the executive branch. And so thus the executive power should so perform their activities in accordance with the law. So then here we talk about the issue of guarantees. So that is this, to make sure that the law works and functions. And the guarantee is that those who apply the law, I mean the executive branch and the judges. They have the system of cassation, appeal, all the way up to the high court. And for the executive branch, it's more difficult because that's the principle of dividing the branches of the power, which allows to control the executive. Then the judiciary depends on the executive, and they cannot control and judge the executive branch. And so in theory it all sounds well, but certainly we need to, a lot of application is required. So lots of instruments, technology exists to make sure that the judges can be really independent when they judge the executive branch. So I'm talking about the principles of legality and law, but if you relate it to the law, so then the law created by democratically elected parliament, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I say that this kind of legality boils down to the keeping the law, honoring the law, and but it's not only the law that adopted by the parliament, but the right as a set of principles that requires, in certain cases, that the laws which have certain gaps, white spots, so to make certain principles that would allow to fill in those white gaps, white places, because the law is wider than legality. So the principles of legality and the law. So there's the principle of to be judicial approaches is very important. So this process lasted for many centuries. The universal suffrage that arrives in the 20th century. So women fighting for the universal suffrage are trying just to get to get the point to be able to vote, but the principles of the public agreement of Rousseau paid off not immediately, but much later. So usually it's there was a constitution adopted after World War. So when everyone had to abide by the law was reflected in the constitution. But in the last century, so there were many violations on the part of the legislator. So sometimes if they had to fight with the absolutism of kings or emperors or other rulers, and after the democracy took a firm stand in the society, so they started to fight with the violations of the legislation, because for Rousseau it was obvious that because if everyone participates in development of the law cannot be unjust, because we kind of impose on ourselves the unfair law, and but we see that the legislator not always represents everybody's interests, because sometimes they represent the interests of the ruling class, and so trying just to impose their preferences, interests on the rest of the society, and so then that part of the society so imposed their own interests on the rest of society and precluded them from development. And as the universal suffrage was taking shape, so they thought that the danger of that disappeared, but it's not so, because we can see in many countries how when the laws were made, so there appear some laws that the society was against, or the laws that were against certain parts, certain strata of the society. So some laws were not just, and so this that the individual will of the dictator should not be imposed on the rest of the. But if if a certain will is imposed on the majority to the detriment of minority, this is not democracy, as well. So despite the restrictions, the limitations. So they are in the nature of the public agreement that is reflected in the constitution, because but now the legislator could become the enemy of the people. So because when the majority tries to impose unfair things onto the minority, so there are some restrictions. So the first constraint is the limit for the legislation. Constitution is the first constraint, limitation. And here, so the form of reaction, the response, and in the United States, they have different forms. Because in Europe, they speak about the that the legislate Anglo-Saxons. So then the omnipower of the legislate, because the law can do everything. So with the exception that it cannot turn a woman into man and man into woman, but otherwise it's the plenipotentiary nature of the law. So no constitution limitations exist in the law as per the Anglo-Saxon law. But in other countries, so they doubted the omnipowered nature of the legislator, because the law that contradicts the constitution. So and you cannot get to make sure that this law, you cannot declare this law null and void, because there is no body that controls the constitutional nature of the law. And now in all European countries now there are many legislation norms and rights created by the majority or through the elections. Sometimes it was censored when the certain parts of the population were removed from the constitution, and thus not all the interests of all the minorities were carried out. And that was in the 19th century. So then we got the courts of justice and the constitutional courts, but in the 19th century, so there were no constitutional courts at that time. And so then completely different solution was offered in the United States in the 19th century, in the early period of the country's development. So they declared Marbury against Madison verdict is carried. And so they create the law that they say that if the law goes against the Constitution, then this case should be taken to court. And then the court judgment, the court ruling decides if the courts, which are not the legislating courts, should decide what's more important, the Constitution or the law. Thus, in the United States, they say that if there's a conflict of the kind, the Constitution prevails. And so thus there appears the first system of control of checks and balances of constitutional nature of the law, whereby the judges decide, and the judges not only are the representatives of the law, but at the end of the day they need to select, to choose between the higher norm of the Constitution and the remaining legislation norms. And so thus they can control the legislator and apply the law and or abrogate the law which is not constitutional in nature. So we see that the principle of legality and the norms created by the majority nevertheless are subjected to the higher norm, which is the Constitution, and which is the principle. This principle was evolving to a great extent at the time when the Constitution declares the rights and amendments to the American Constitution, and it shows that the freedom of speech and the main fundamental rights should be protected. So the Congress cannot carry any laws that would limit the application of the Constitution. So it was being laid out slowly so by the High Court of the United States, and it took time, so there are good restrictions for the legislators. So this is the American position, but in Europe, the position, with the exception of some attempts during the times of the Great French Revolution at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, when the Constitution, Napoleonic Constitution, was of 1808 was laid down, when Abbasius, one of the inspirers of the Great French Revolution, they spoke about the Constitutional Court, and so we should be regarded, we should consider similar issues, to what extent the Legislative Assembly conforms to the Constitution.
But the Constitutional Court were not created as early as the 19th century. There were some more later attempts in the German constitution. For instance, we can see that the perspective of a federative state was provided so that the federation could not interfere with the German lands, the Landen. However, up until the Weimar Constitution, this was not feasible in Germany. And only then did the German courts acquire the ability to choose the priority of the constitution. And only after World War II in Germany, we can see the practices of the constitutional courts to develop in the European countries, not just in Germany. And these courts now work in every country. Why is it that this legislative control arrived so late in Europe? One would have thought that it should have been possible earlier. But the point is that the majority take a decision, and for the minority, this is a good possibility to resolve conflicts in the society. However, the majority should be the rights of the majority should be in check, so that the prevalence of the majority does not degenerate into a dictatorship. We may quote the example of the rights of minorities, which may be violated. We're not talking about just national or language minorities, but we're talking about fundamental rights of individual in any event. The problem of this, the solution of this problem is somewhat retarded, because we're seeing the polemics before World War II, and some of the lawyers, some of the jurists believe that if anybody controls the legislature, that means that this particular structure is above legislation. Hence, the question is if the legislator was right, and we may thus put into the legal perspective the political issues, which indeed is not and should not be the case. We should thus be talking about the constitutional nature of the particular law and the fundamental rights. In any event, after World War II, and in the face of the crimes committed by the Nazis, we can see the overall tendency that the legislators should be put in check to avoid the crimes, the memories of which were so vivid in Europe in the aftermath of World War II. The constitutional judges, the members of a constitutional court, may thus control the legislator, and this is a very important advance in the development of the European law systems. Some experts, including Sogrovelsky, who is a professor of constitutional law in Italy, and he was also president of Italy's constitutional court. He defines the right. He defines the law of our time as somewhat deficient, because the law does not give a definition of what is required. Yes, indeed, the criminal offences and the criminal clauses are well defined, but the law still has to go a long way to be more exhaustive. Massimo Giannini, another Italian author, said that today's state is a multi-class society, and a bourgeoisie is not dominant. All interests and all classes, all layers are present, and the interests of these classes and the layers clash. The interests of the proprietors do not coincide with the interests of the laborers or the clerks. So, however, today's constitution seek to embrace and take into account all these interests. The Spanish constitution, which I know better, or even the Russian constitution, the European constitutions, have stipulated the right of property and of the private initiative, and the right to free enterprise, the right to conduct business, the right to be wealthy, but also the responsibilities to pay taxes. The constitutions also provide for the rights to labor, right to housing. Sometimes these rights may even contradict each other, and from there we may find the collisions or an obscure nature of the law that some of the authors are writing about. In this sense, we are seeing a certain dichotomy, and this dichotomy between the rights at the moment of their application do not have a classical way of agreeing them to each other. So we may say that the constitutions of our time manifest a certain social contract, the rights of proprietors, the rights of the middle class, the rights of the vulnerable classes or the vulnerable layers of the society, the rights of the minorities, the rights of the first generation, and the rights of the first degree, rather. The rights of the first degree or the natural rights are the rights for life, right to the freedom of speech. There are the rights of the second degree, like the rights of political associations, and the rights of the third degree, which are specifically important in Spain because of the deep economic crisis, are the social rights, the right for social protection, a right for protection of healthcare, and the right for an adequate pension. All of these points are related with the economic crisis. And here, where we see certain laws as defined by the Constitution, we can see a certain limitations which are being imposed on the majority. These can be procedural, these can be public debates, which can be seen in the parliament. These debates must be open to public discourse, they must be open to all persons and entities, because the minority of today may well become the majority of tomorrow. So all have to have the right to vote, and thus every member of the society must be informed. Out of there out follows the principles of the majority and the principle of the minority, because we are in this regulated by the fundamental rights. So one may say the constitutions are addressed against the majorities, in the sense that constitution is in a way a counter-majority instrument. One may put it in such a paradoxical way, because if the present-day majority in any way violates the rights of some members of the society, then such a majority must be put in check. This pertains not just to the procedural norms, but also to some substantial questions and issues of material importance. this tension that exists today, we may ask ourselves, how do we guarantee the observance of the formal procedural aspects of a constitution? How can we get and what can we do to provide for the substantial fundamental rights? This topic is primarily related to the division of powers, and in this regard we have to tackle upon the topic of three branches of power: legislative, executive, and judiciary. But we should also devote some time to the process of how the judges are being elected and selected, appointed, and how they go about their careers. We should also talk about the transparency and the right to participate in social life, something that the European Union is currently discussing very intensely, including Spain. In our constitution, as an example, because I know the Spanish constitution better, this principle is indeed shown in every respect, and Spain is regarded, is defined as a state based on the rule of law, socially oriented state. The idea of a socially oriented state is usually perceived as a state which provides for true equality, not just before the law, but also in practice. For instance, the right for free education, so that all have equal rights, or else the right for healthcare. Because if people don't have the right for healthcare, then this is a kind of basic inequality that we have to contain. A social state also presupposes democracy and democratic procedure, because at some point we're asking ourselves what is democratic in terms of the Spanish constitution, because there are different viewpoints. Some say that this is the kind of state where we have certain obligations, but the obligation or to conduct elections is an attribute of a state based on the rule of law. Such a state provides for the establishment of laws. Some say that a democratic state is something more than just the democratic procedures. This is a state which should seek democracy of the society. This is thus in turn it leads to a discourse about society. So the state wants a society to be democratic, for a society to be democratic in the sense that the state is striving for some social relations, such as the equality between sexes, the equal rights for not just to participate in some public tasks, and thus after World War II, and this is an interesting thing to note, some authors like Abendorf in Germany ask why is such a principle presumed, and he deliberates that if before World War II, if the power had been distributed more evenly within companies, then maybe some states and some companies within Germany would not have supported Hitler. So it is indeed maybe the question of a social justice that Hitler was able to come to power. One should also take into account the fact that in the United States the constitutions were different. The constitutional history in the United States is different. If we're talking, let me repeat, this is not just for the state to provide for the elections, but for the state to be willing for its society to be democratic. And we have to say that in this sense, if we discuss this topic, I would like to propose these major points. What are the limitations for a legislator? The legislator, which is omnipotent, but he should have some procedural constraints in the form of a constitution. But there are also essential limitations, the fundamental rights of citizens. And this discussion still continues in the European Union. The latest decision of the Constitutional Court of Spain in February of this year, to the effect that what is this multi-level protection? The interpretation of the fundamental rights should not be dependent or contingent on the Luxembourg Tribunal or even the Constitutional Court of Spain, but should be contingent on the decisions of the European Court in Strasbourg. So this is a multi-layer protection. What does it say? This says that we are in a check and balance system. This American system of checks and balances, whereby we in Spain, in Luxembourg, in France, and elsewhere in Europe and in the Council of Europe countries provide for some specific layers of protection. In this sense, we're talking, let me quote the case of Melanie, when we're talking about the rights of a citizen under criminal investigation. There is the interpretation of the European Court in Strasbourg, and there is the interpretation of the Spanish Constitutional Court. These courts give somewhat different provisions, checks and balances. In this way, an attempt is made to provide for the legal nature, which presupposes a social contract and the Declaration of Fundamental Rights. So, colleagues, Professor de la Cuadra Salcedo has taken us back to the question of the tyranny of minorities that we initiated yesterday. It seems to me that his presentation, it follows from his presentation that talking of the tyranny of minorities is only possible in those societies where these minorities were protected in the first place. And if a protection of any minority, linguistic minority, religious minority, sexual minority, then we should probably be silent about the tyranny of minorities when the minorities are, on the contrary, oppressed. This is my personal opinion. There will now be the time to ask questions. We are all citizens of a country where we have a very interesting constitution. The text of this constitution is on the desk in front of me, and I do hope that Some of you might have perused this piece of legislative thinking, because when you start reading the Russian constitution, you can see an interesting disbalance between the parts of this constitution. The first part, which defines the rights and the freedoms of the citizens, and the second part, the description of the political system, which is in no way conducive to the realization of protection of these rights and freedoms. Several months ago, a year ago, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Russian Constitution, and the course of these debates has shown that we are in we can find ourselves in a kind of stupor. A number of politicians and public figures believe that this constitution is imperfect. It is imperfect for several reasons. One of the reasons being that it was adopted in a very peculiar way. When President Yeltsin virtually had a kind of a coup in 1993 and imposed this constitutional treaty to the society. This is one of the versions, one of the opinions. Some say that to start the process of changing the constitution is very dangerous, because those people, those circles, those groups which will be conducting this process will come up with even a worse version, which we would then have to live with. One of these deadlocks is this constitutional impasse. Colleagues, I call you to discussion, and I ask you to ask questions directed to our eminent Spanish expert. Alexander Nemtsev from Kursk. Thank you for your presentation. How can you, from the standpoint of power, the tendency for coup d'etats in the past 40 years, and how can they be viewed in the legal sphere? A coup is a process a coup violates the constitutional order and the constitutional process. When a constitutional process is violated, when its course is broken, and when any group comes to power through violent actions, for instance, in Spain, in 1936, we have a mutiny by General Franco, which then led to his 40-year rule of virtually an unconstitutional system. There are constitutional systems which are so rigid that do not allow for the reforming of the constitution, and they cannot adapt to the changing realities. And often there is no other way out but the coup d'etat. A coup d'etat which might express the will of the people against such a rigid system. So every particular historical episode, every case has to be investigated in all circumstance and separately in greater detail, because a reformation of a rigorous constitutional system, if the reformation of a system is not possible, then it certainly leads to coup d'etats, revolutions. This could be either a military-based minority, and a revolution is when popular masses start to the streets and the squares, and here we have to provide for the possibilities to reform a constitutional system. There are rigid systems, there are flexible systems. In Spain, it's a double system. There are some simple forms. We have recently had a constitutional reform that took 2 days, which was related to the economic crisis. And there was this situation when we changed Article 135 of the Constitution. There is also this system of constitutional changes in the lives of the expats, and this allowed the expats to participate in the local elections, which was a very interesting consensus to allow the expats to participate in the local elections as following from the Maastricht Treaty. And this reform took place. The Spanish system might seem to be rigorous, but it still allows for reform. There are more flexible systems like in Italy and in Germany. But the so-called the abilities to reform the constitution provide for an opportunity to reform the constitution without the coups. Nina Kolpova from the Komi Republic. Thank you very much, Senor Damas. I would like to ask you, as a citizen of Spain, to clarify your viewpoint about the presumption of innocence. What is the principle, and how is this principle observed in our country when the courts are dependent and the propaganda is rife? Thank you. Colleagues, before the expert provides his viewpoint, I would like to ask the audience that our expert, our esteemed friend, is not an expert on Russian affairs. So if you could please confine yourselves to the questions related to the topic of this session, not to however, I certainly do not rule out that Senor de la Cuadra Salcedo will express his opinion about that. Indeed, I'm not a great expert in the Russian situation. I do not have the factual data, and I do not have a specific analysis. I cannot be giving any specific positions, but the presumption of innocence is, of course, a general moment for any legal system. A person is deemed innocent unless proven guilty.
There are certain limitations that may have to do not only with material aspects, to which extent it's enough to accuse somebody to, say, by the policeman who claims that somebody has done something wrong, or do we need any more serious evidence so that we should have more than one witness? And this is related with proof, with evidence that is presented. If somebody wants to show that, to prove that they're innocent, but there is evidence on behalf of the prosecution, then he has the right to repudiate the evidence by the prosecution. But if he gets no chance to get defense, so there are material aspects in the presumption of innocence, nobody can be accused if there is no evidence, because suspicion alone and accusation alone is not enough. These assumptions are not enough. In other matters, there are procedural matters on the other side. We cannot allow, for example, the defense of this accused or the suspect. Presumption of innocence also implies that a fair court will be held with all the guarantees. I don't quite understand what is the assumption on which you base your question, so I cannot really object here. Igor Ostapovich from the Republic of Altai. My question is like this. The problem in the system of checks and balances, checks of defending human rights. And I would like to ask a question. What do you think if we look at the United States, the Supreme Court and courts of jurisdiction, and this famous case, sorry, didn't hear Murphy versus Edison, sorry. After 100 years, there is a specialist court. Gans Kelsey has set up this court, and many countries of the continental system of law have borrowed this model from them. In the mid-20th century, the Constitution of France, the Fifth French Republic, adopts the fifth model, which has seen the Constitutional Court. Which do you think is the most efficient, most effective in providing checks and balances and defending rights? And what is the attitude of citizens in Spain towards Constitution? According to the Constitution of Spain, it has to deal with the questions dealing with fundamental rights, as well as with the issues of the distribution of powers between the state, and the regions. I must say that in terms of fundamental rights, the jurisdiction of the Constitutional Court of Spain was very important. It was important for common justice and for exercising justice, because usually a 40-year-old tradition of the Franco dictatorship led to the fact that position of the state was usually defended first. For example, the laws that were adopted by the parliament, if they contradicted fundamental rights, then 50 senators and 50 deputies of the lower chamber could go against such verdicts. For example, I presented the first appeal against the unconstitutional character of the law on schools, which put limitations on the freedom of expression of teachers. And at that time, the Constitutional Court upheld our appeal and interpreted the law and said that the law is right, but it has to be interpreted in this manner. That was the first verdict on fundamental rights about challenging the constitutionality of the law. But you know that in Spain, you may know that any citizen can appeal directly to the Constitutional Court. It doesn't have to be 50 senators and 50 deputies. Anybody, as any citizen, if he thinks that any decision by the legislative, executive, or even the judiciary infringes upon fundamental rights, he can go to the Constitutional Court and request that the Constitutional Court defends the law. So anybody, in person, as an individual, can appeal to the Constitutional Court on these questions. And even if fundamental rights are not infringed, any law, any legislative rule, any act by the executive government, which can not only go against the constitution or maybe some lower rules of the lower level. You can go to the Constitutional Court, or the Constitutional Court, at its own initiative, can challenge whether any law goes against the Constitution. So 1,000 judges all across Spain can go to the Constitutional Court when they challenge constitutionality of any court. It's not the case like in the United States, where in this case where the law adoption is stopped and the Constitutional Court has to give its own ruling. So this direct appeal by the senators of deputies or anybody individual appealing to the court on the defense of the constitutionality, or maybe when the judges appeal to this court. In this sense, serious work was done as to the control of the division of powers between the central and the regions, autonomous regions. This is where we see a problem which is as old as the world on the control over constitutionality. This is the system of appointment of the members of the Constitutional Court. It's quite a sophisticated system because a number of deputies of the Congress, number of deputies are elected by the lower chamber. The other number of the Constitutional Court are elected by the upper chamber of the parliament. Number is appointed by the government, by the parliament, and several regions might complain that the procedure of the election of the members of the Constitutional Court, they're not happy with it. In this sense, the work of the Constitutional Court, although it's it was done along very correct lines, it is still doubted by the regions, the system of election. Nevertheless, certainly, but they're supporting, the citizens overall support the work of the Constitutional Court. Allow me, please, dear colleagues, ask the question, because I'm interested about Spanish press. Mr. Professor, Spain has very fundamentally, after it said farewell to Francoism, went ahead in improving and perfecting its legal system. And amongst other things, we speak about defense of rights and freedoms, of human rights and freedoms, and such social group as women. Spain was of the first to introduce quotas in political organizations so that women could replace men there. And all of a sudden, we can see that in Spain, well, first of all, they introduced and they're now actively discussing a law which forbids abortions. This is quite a medieval rule. How could this surprising initiative come about in a pretty much advanced system? In point of fact, the first law that allowed abortions was adopted in 1983. At the time, when Felipe González, a socialist, came into government, at that time I was a member of the government, I was Minister of Justice at that time, and that was the first law that decriminalized abortion. That is, a woman could take her own decision, say, if there is a danger for a baby or for the fetus or for the woman, decision could be taken that she might have an abortion, or she could terminate the pregnancy in case there is a threat to life, a life-threatening situation for the mother or the fetus. This law is adopted in the context of a country which for many years claimed it is a Catholic country, and it changed. Nowadays it's a more secular society, and so Catholic Church has less influence on this. Abortions are still practiced, and nobody can imagine a situation that somebody would ban an abortion. And this way, this law that was adopted back in the 1980s, then in the terms of the Zapatero in the year 2000, the system was even further promoting. They determined the the gestational age up to which a woman could terminate her pregnancy. She was not supposed to give any reasons for not wanting to continue, such as danger for the mother or the fetus. So the system of gestational age, which is usually used in Europe, nowadays they want to revise this by the government of the Popular Party. This is the right government and right sort of wing government, and while they were in opposition, for the Conservatives challenged this law about gestational age up to which you could terminate pregnancy and have abortion, and now they want to promote this law to fulfill their election agenda. The government understands that this will not add popularity among the voters, but some aspects of this law, even say the voters who were in favor of this popular party, nowadays they do not understand how can you abolish the right to terminate a pregnancy if the fetus is developing and there is certain danger to the life of the mother, or say some diseases or some congenital defects. Nobody can understand how you can forbid termination of pregnancy in such cases. And a number of voters, even among the right, are not happy with the policy pursued by today's government. But from the perspective of the future election, this law certainly will not help today's party that is now in government. Well, please. Yelena Lushkova from St. Petersburg. Little was said about it. I would like to tell you about the interrelation and the connection between such notions and law and legal corpus, like. Can you give the example of modern states when there is no legislation in place that would ensure the law and right for justice and human rights? This may lead to lawlessness. Does it happen in democratic systems, or does democracy, is it tantamount to rule of law state? And when legislation lags behind the real development of the society, how risky it is for the political system of this state? Well, to begin with, law, legality, as I was speaking about the principle of legality and the principle of juridic, whatever that says, means legality, certainly. There is a certain law that if there is a certain gap in the legislation, it does not mean that you as a lawyer can do whatever you want given this gap. You should, the principle of equity and justice, you should fill in this gap. And the legislator is not free to do whatever he wants, neither the judge. There are certain laws in the legislation, and he should seek for some solutions which would be consistent with the general system. But so much for to which extent the law can be sort of illegal, go against the grain of legality. Well, if this law contradicts the Constitution, or this law can go against basic principles of legality or contradict fundamental rights. And indeed, what we see often is that laws, to some extent, are either infringing the letter of the Constitution or the spirit of the Constitution. Then this is the central problem. What happens here? Here we need to have a certain means to remedy this, and the last measure of last resort would be the Constitutional Court. But even then, the Constitutional Court may return the verdict quite not the one that we are waiting for. This is where you can appeal. But the deliberations, which I will share with you at the end, multi-level defense, this will help even within one state, be it Germany, Spain or Italy. Constitutional courts, which certainly may be limited by the context of the country, it may entertain some view, but we have a perspective of Strasbourg Court. And Spain, for that matter, sometimes returned verdicts that against Spain by the Court on Human Rights in Strasbourg. And they took verdicts against Spain, and sometimes this may be adopted with less or more enthusiasm, but probably the idea is that these checks and balances are very important. There is Luxembourg Court, there is Strasbourg Court, who guarantee that nobody can afford to come down. You should always seek for control and supervision over legislator. Strasbourg Court, for example, it's impossible to control it. The old question, who will guard over the guard? Who will supervise the supervisor? Is it so, and so on? You know, you could continue. There is no end to this. So what if the second level of control is mistaken, or third level? Then the whole process would stop. But all these checks and balances, this is a multi-level defense, and this is a very buzzword in Europe, multi-level sort of. It says that many bodies, national and international, that are part of this process, if at the long run everybody is mistaken, then what can we say? If sufficient controls are in place and this system of checks and balances, well, it cannot give you absolute guarantee that you will have infallibility of court verdicts, but nevertheless we have several supervising and controlling authorities. Well, please, you now have the floor. Remember to give your names, please. Thank you. Vyacheslav Bamburov from St. Petersburg. Please tell me, what is your vision on the situation of the forthcoming referendum in Catalonia about the Spanish constitutional law? Here there are two levels of discussion: political discussion and legal discussion. Legal discussion is made up of this, that the Spanish Constitution proclaims in Article 2 and in Article 1 two fundamental aspects: sovereignty of the Spanish people, and secondly, they proclaim integrity of the Spanish nation. So in order to secede from the state, you are then going against Articles 1 and 2, that the carrier of sovereignty is the Spanish people, Spanish nation. But on the other side, if you proclaim integrity of the country, inviolable integrity of the country, the question is, what do you do about secession? That is why here the legal difficulty is that this referendum is unconstitutional. What can you say? You can reform the constitution. The process of reforming the constitution, where you can ask to amend Articles 1 and 2, and as you do so, maybe the majority of Spanish people would say no. And what would happen in Catalonia, we don't know, because now the majority was all for supporting the system autonomy in Spain, and 28% is the minority that wants Catalonia to be independent. Now those figures have somewhat changed, so I suppose it's 43 that are proponents of independence and 38 who are for autonomy, while staying within Spain, and the others I just could not decide. So the referendum ideally goes against the constitution, which speaks about inviolable integrity of the country. So you first have to amend the constitution. The second problem is political. Political problem. If some part of territory wants to split and you cannot hold a referendum, what do you do then? Because it is for Spain to decide the right for secession. They refuse them the right to secede, but this is where we need a discussion. And it's needed so that the General Cortes, that is the parliament of the country, should address this question of amending the constitution. So the law, a new statute for the Pays Basque, discussion was asking them, why do you want to secede? It means that they have the right to secede. Do we ask this question? American Constitution, for example, after the Civil War of the 19th century, proclaimed that southern states could not secede, and that led to the Civil War in Spain, whereas the Confederation states claimed they had the right, and they set up the Confederate Army and they fought for secession. This led to a civil war. So a federal state does not allow secession. It all ended in big bloodshed. Whatever that might be, so the very land which is within the Confederation has no right to address the question of its own secession. But if, say, some land has some oppressed minority in terms of language or in terms of their social conditions, I would say yes, they have the right. It is the right of colonies, for example, colonies who were not part of the metropolis, and the United Nations acknowledged the law of the right of colonies to secede. So if the state, or part of the state, is a colony, so is oppressed and so on, well, Catalonia, can you apply this to Catalonia? If, say, they were a colony, then certainly, yes, they would have the right, enjoy the right to secede. But in times of economic crisis, in Catalonia, they're complaining that they are the richest region, for that matter, alongside with Madrid and then the Balear Islands, that they're paying taxes to support the federal national budget, and they're paying more than any other territory. But look, it has nothing to do with fairness and equity. It is the reality of equality and solidarity. The richest have to pay more than the poorer, but the poor pay less and get more. And this has always been the case with all the territories. Donors always pay to support poorer regions, and this has always been the case. This discussion first has to be held in the Cortes General, which is the parliament of the country. It's not the territories, it means richer people there. The question about proportions, about taxes, they were first saying that Catalonia was like stolen, like is being plundered, but it's not certainly the case. It's not fair, but if they secede, but since they're richer, they will pay more to the national coffers. That's why there's discussion which entertained as political and as a constitutional discussion. which specific arguments in favor of secession. So far, in the Corteses, it is not discussed to this extent. For that matter, I'm thankful to our colleague for raising this question, and I was just deliberating on this issue. Actually, in point of fact, we are speaking about one of the most fundamental things in modern Spain. Would nobody else raise this subject? It's very relevant here. It's very painful for Spain. It's very burning for Spain. And it's another reason for me to appeal to you in a sense so that you should make full use of experts who travel here. Ask them questions that are pertinent and get answers that are pertinent. Well, dear colleagues, sitting next to me in the second row. Dinos Bilanov from Moscow. I also have a question about Spain. That is about transitional period from Francoism to modern rule of law state. My question is like this. Well, your experience, what does it say? What is more difficult, institutional transition or personal? To which extent the role of subjective factor is great? The people who were the professional base of the legal system under Franco, were they fully replaced or did they continue to work after Franco left? The system of Spanish transition was very successful. For the first time during our history, the constitution was created not by the overwhelming majority, but by everybody and all. On the other side, as we went through this transition, we achieved a certain consensus. And after the end of the Second World War, Spain was in a critical situation and under dictatorship. And the dictatorship had to do with Nazism, with national, and this alliance had the military component, but Franco sent the Blue Division, which fought against Russia. That was the only place. He didn't send his troops elsewhere to fight Americans, say, or the English. He even sent this Blue Division not so much to fight the Russians as to fight communism in Russia. When the Second World War ends and the Allies, including the Soviet Union and the United States and the victorious countries, and Franco found himself in a very weak situation, and it was at that time where he thought that it would be logical for him to quit. And there was certain movement in Spain that wanted the king back, who abrogated the throne in 1938. That's why monarchists, socialists, communists, they all tried to have a discussion of a sort. But Franco was saved by the beginning of the Cold War in the early 1950s. And for this reason, the United States do not overthrow Franco, and the Cold War continues. Americans establish military bases in Spain, in Rota, Zaragoza, Madrid, and Franco remains in government, remains in power. Certain negotiations with the Vatican, he signs a concordate with Vatican, which all helps leave Franco in government. But in the 1950s, back in the 1950s, Spanish communists and other opposition forces were speaking for national reconciliation. This is the word they used. They thought we need to restore democracy, do let us forget about the past. And this discourse about reconciliation, it continued up till 1975, where they start to develop democratic constitution. The matter of constituent entities or persons who carry out this transition. It was first the king. The king was proclaimed king during the epoch of Franco.
The king had no legitimacy for the opposition, did not legitimize the position, but the king appeals to people as a calls on a man who could actually make this transfer from dictatorship to democracy. and he is looking for that person, and very important component of the development of the Constitution of Spain. And I was talking about the Yeltsin Constitution in this connection. In the draft of the Constitution in Spain was developed under the leadership of Suarez, who was appointed by the king, and the king was appointed by Franco, and all the opposition forces they say no. We need to develop constitution altogether. So then the draft is not sufficient for us to work on. So we need to start from scratch, from tabula rasa, to develop our constitution. It was a very important point in our history because it was not writing so given to someone. Everyone started from the clean sheet, and everyone participated, and it was the opened a new page, and the constitution of minorities and the Franco-oriented minorities participate as well, and the chair of the government Suarez, who came from Franco epoch, so there were so the opposition, so all factions were represented, and this constitution was really democratic in nature with the fundamental rights, but they did not take to court certain personalities, certain persons. So those who agreed with the constitution become legal individuals. Legally existing individuals, but so then the Franco adherents tried just to organize a coup d'état. Certainly they went to prison, went to jail, and so then even the threat of a coup d'état was gradually overcome, and so this constitution, everyone participated from the first to the last article, and for everybody, and everyone participated, everyone did his share, and the constitution reflects the principles that respect the rights of everyone, and this balance that in the constitution is clearly stated. It works well in all situations. Unfortunately, I cannot give you any more time to ask questions because our time is up. I think that we can say that Professor de la Cuadra Saceda so they set a very good pace, so opened our new legal and law day, because that's the way the program is dedicated to, because we're going just to talk about the law and order, and that was the Spanish expertise, and because this school and Spain, we are connected, so we have very close relationship, very friendly relationship. We go back a long way because our school has a chance to hold the forums in Spain, and so one of the forums will be at the end of March, and so this very valuable and positive experience about the Spanish transit, the Spanish transition. This transition is very telling, and it's full of learning, so we can draw lessons. So unfortunately, so the lessons that we should have drawn from that transition period in Spain, we should have done it, but we didn't do it. And especially, it's very valuable when such great specialists as our respectable expert has. The words gain more power and respect. Thank you. And a special thanks to Alexander Kozachkov, who came specifically for this session to help us understand the Spanish wisdom. Thank you, Sasha. So now you're going to be all tried, and so we're going just to, you're all going to be tried. We are going to take you to court. So I'd like to so welcome you as the first wonderful day of discussion, and let me quickly introduce you to the next two sessions. It's going to be a game. It's a new form of, and from each of you, we want your participation. Don't think that it's something that you can shirk, and And Miss, no, it's going to be an intellectual discussion. We want to involve you all. And so please take a piece of paper and a pen and write down your full name. And so we begin our court proceedings. We begin our litigation, court proceedings. And so we'll learn more. So we'll try to understand how the procedure works, how the due process is organized, how proceedings go on. So no region, just your full name. Then wrap it up sixfold, and as you go to the coffee break, put it in my bag. So that will be your application to participate in the voting, because we're going to select the jury. The jury. Okay, 25 minutes. We meet back here. Thank you.
Раз. Раз.
Она путешествовала вместе со своим женихом. Прошу вас, садитесь. Сейчас тогда кое-что умею.
И компания «Телеформат» представляют
Дорогие участники семинара, я не буду рассказывать о замысле.
Dear participants, I'm not going just to talk about the design, and so we'll see how it will work out, so I'm not privy to it myself, and I don't know how it will develop, but today we have many participants, and someone just agreed to come to our deliberations, Mr. Pashin Sergei Anatolovich, and he's a professor of the Higher School of Economics and a member of the Council of the Presidential Council for Development of the Civil Society and Human Rights, member of this Presidential Council. And since I'm not from the legal background, not lawyer's background, and I think that he is one of the most respectable judges in the Russian Federation, and that's at least the professional community and the judges community and the legal community and the bar community think that way. And so the mere fact that he agreed to participate in this kind of seminar for us, it's really a great honor, and that is why we're opening this session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so owing to the organizers' efforts, so we'll be able just to work until 4 with a break for lunch to play the jury. Because it's a great pleasure, because we hope that we'll be able to show you so how the jury consult with each other so in behind the scenes. So I have played this game so with many judges and the lawyers and the prosecutors. It was very difficult to present their case, and with the defense lawyers it's very difficult for them just to talk to the jury. And I played this game with them, and I always just tried to present an opportunity to be in the shoes of the jury, and so we'll work quickly, efficiently, and so if we are late for lunch, no more than 10 minutes, so we can begin. So please rise. So please sit down. Be seated. So in St. Petersburg, litigation is considered open. So Peter Davidovich Maminov case in the fraudulent action. So then the theft of somebody's property and owning title, so by fraudulent actions and violating the trust. So the prosecutors think that it was in big amount. So it's provided for in the Criminal Code, Article 155 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. So please, so who we have as parties? Your Honor, so Maminov, the defendant is here, and we have the defendant and the claimant. So can we select the jury? So please let's select the jury. Please invite the jury. Your Honor, according to your ruling, so we selected by random selection and invited 100 candidates for the jury. And so 70 showed up, and so they are in the court in front of you. So can we start the draw? Member of the jury, Karimov Albert Bilovich, place number 1, first row. The second jury member, Ponomarenko. Kiselyov Viktor Sergeyevich, number 3. Seat number 3. Number 4. Chukayev, number 5, Mr. Chukayev. Klюшникова Елена Викторовна, number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Is everything okay? Great. So the jury, St. Petersburg court considers a criminal case. You've been invited as the jury members, and this should be considered as your civic duty. So nevertheless, though it's your obligation, I'd like to thank you for finding time in your otherwise tight schedule and came here to serve and to decide on the fate of the defendant, Pyotr Davidovich Maminov. So he is charged with fraud. So I don't know anything else about this case. So he is accused of fraud, and all the evidence and all the materials will be provided by the parties. You will decide the fate of the defendant on the basis of the evidence. So the process will end today. But looking at the list of witnesses, so only one witness has been invited. So then we need to listen to the aggrieved party and the defendant. But we don't want, maybe there will be some expert information, many petitions are possible, maybe the process will last longer. That means that you have to come for the continuation of this meeting, so tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, so for the performance of the due process in conformity with your duties. So then the defense party. So the interests of Maminov's defendant, we have the defense lawyer, and so the deputy the prosecuting lawyer is this name. So now the jury, you need to decide who will be the jury head or chair of the jury. So then it's the first among the equals. And it's the person who will be a connection between you and the court. So he will be the person who will fill out the questionnaire and sign it. And in the questionnaire, so your will be reflected concerning this case. So do you understand what the chair of the jury is? You understand his functions? Please consult and decide who is going to be your chair or your elder. have you selected your chair? Who? So please, when you talk to court, you need to rise. Kisilyov Viktor Ivanovich. Do you understand, Viktor Ivanovich, what your function will be? So, dear participants of the process, please, I have given you the instructions for the jury. So, are you happy with these instructions? So, can I give these instructions to the chair of the jury? So then, Viktor Ivanovich, I'm giving you the instruction. So you don't have to read it right now because you'll have plenty of time at a later stage, but you can always consult yourself with it. So this instruction says how you're going to proceed in the negotiating room. So for you, the jury, have the copies of the instructions as well. So I will give them, circulate them before you go to the consultation room. And the chair will get it sooner. So the jury. So since you have selected the chair and since there are no objections concerning the person, so I'd like, please rise. Jury, so please, so you need to swear allegiance. So just at the beginning, just doing the jury, so I pray that I will act out in conformity with the requirements, take all the evidence in support against and against acquittal and prosecuting, so and then decide so the criminal case in accordance with my convictions, without trying just to convict the innocent and to acquit the guilty. So please lift your right hand and say that. Thank you. Now sit down. Jury. So what you're going to see is a controversial contextual process. Forgot the word. Yeah. And so on the basis of what you will see, you will carry your verdict, guilty or acquitted, guilty or not guilty. And so you need to understand the defendant Mametov now is not guilty, is not because of the presumption of innocence. He is not guilty like anyone here in this room. So only the evidence, proof without any doubt that will not leave you in doubt may bring out the verdict of guilty. So then the defendant may keep silent. It's not against him. So I'd like to draw attention to the fact that the sides in this process are equal, but their functions are different because the prosecuting lawyer needs to prove the fact that he is guilty without any doubt, and so if the prosecuting lawyer cannot do that, he needs to refuse to press the charge. Concerning the defense lawyers, Mr. Gordon is a defense lawyer, they don't have to prove anything. Some lawyers, they say, so I come to the process, the trial, to prove that the prosecuting lawyer did not prove anything. So in any case, if the defense party that does not provide any evidence, you don't think it's the weakness, it's tactics. So you need just to weigh the proof provided by the prosecuting lawyer. So my duty is to watch over the process to make sure that it's fair and impartial. I can stop all those who violate the law. I'm going to explain the positions of the parties if needed. So, and I will say what evidence can be accepted, what evidence cannot be accepted. And it's not because I don't believe in your common sense, because the law requires that certain unadmissible evidence should be included, and the evidence collected according to by law should be presented, admitted. And I will be explaining you the sense if your chair on your behalf turns to me. Sometimes they don't understand. And so please don't hesitate to ask. I will explain. So you, besides, you need to listen to my parting words at the end of the process and my instructions that I will be giving you during the process. You will need to listen very attentively. Besides, I will give you the explanation concerning the criminal code because you need to take it the way I will give you. Even if you have other ideas about the content of the law, you must follow my words, and you need to carry out your verdict in accordance with my words. Knowing that we, the lawyers, and that certainly concerns me, concerns the prosecuting attorney, defense lawyer, so to make sure that the verdict is fair. And so your responsibility, the jury, is not to curry favor to the public opinion, the press. So in order to make a nice impression on journalists or your friends, you don't have to display your own hatred of crime, etc., etc. So, but all you have to do is just to take into consideration all the evidence, and then your job is to acquit or to find him guilty. So please use your rights in full. What are the rights of the jury? So listen very carefully and answer if you understand it all. So you have the right to participate in the research of all the evidence and circumstances of the criminal case. You can ask me to explain the law to me. So you can take your own notes. So now the secretary, the court clerk, I will introduce Ms. Sergeyeva. So she will be our court clerk. So she will help us. She's going just to distribute notebooks and pens. You can take your own notes and use your notes when you prepare your verdict. So you can carry those notes with you. You can hand them in to the court clerk. So we'll put them in the safe deposit box. No one is going to read them. So later you will get them. But if you want, you can carry them with you. You have no right concerning your rights. Do you understand everything concerning your rights? The chair. Okay. So don't forget to rise so this is a very important ritual. It's called the court order. The court order. And you have no right just to go away during the hearing. If you need just to leave, for example, if you don't feel well, just you need to take a pill, then please raise your hand and say to the chair. So then the chair will talk to me. The court clerk will approach and he will tell me what happened. And if the law allows, I will take a break, and so please don't hesitate. So ask the chair, like in the English Parliament, so catch the eye of the speaker, and then you will be allowed to leave. So you have no right to talk to anyone except me and Marina Sergeyevna. And during all the time that you are carrying out your duty as the jury. So if you see that any of your colleagues talk to the defendant, to the plaintiff, and so you need to talk to me or to the court clerk. So you have no right to learn more about this case except in this court. So that's why please disconnect internet, all gadgets, smartphones, and I would not advise you to read the press and don't listen to the radio, don't watch TV, and don't listen. I don't think that it's such a great so because you're not probably so please just only for once so stop listening or watching the media channels. And so you should not express your opinions concerning this case. Now, I understand it's very difficult to not to do that, but if you really want to talk only to each other, and don't talk to anyone else, don't call anyone, don't explain, don't share, and even if you meet with someone in the canteen, with someone other than the member of the jury, don't discuss this. So talk to each other. Please understand that unless the official court isn't sitting, so all these additional points and considerations and statements may bias you. So you have no right to collect information outside the courtroom. For example, you cannot stop the witness in the corridor and ask him a question. You cannot go to the crime scene. You need to get all the information in the courtroom. So if you violate this, do you understand your obligations? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I will stand up to. And if you violate those obligations, then you'll be fined. The history of St. Petersburg State City Court, so the jury have never been fined yet, and I hope that will part our ways, being happy with one another. And so then you have to come on time. And in court, many cases don't start on time, but usually it has to do with the cases that are considered without the jury. With the jury, you have to be always on time. And I'd like to ask you about that favor then. Now let's begin our litigation. So in court, people are allowed, because the jury should be selected in close quarters, but since the nature of event, that's why we have people. So then the doors are open, and so the jury, please be attentive. So then the introductory word. So the first word goes to Mr. Grozovsky. Thank you, Your Honor. Today we are considering a very strange case for the first time since Pontius Pilate. So we during the litigation we have an issue concerning the possibility of resurrection. Since Pontius Pilate, resurrection. So now we talk about the resurrection of citizen Kotova, who died as a result of the accident with the ferry. And actually the defendant promised to her mother to resurrect her, to raise her from the dead. And so making that statement, so he knew about the impossibility to raise that lady from the dead. And that's a promise that he made to her mother. And so knowingly he knew that, since no expert, no person have the possibility to resurrect people. And so then he got from the mother of the daughter of the lady to be resurrected money and property, quite considerable. And the court thinks that the defendant from the very beginning knowingly so came out with his promise to resurrect the person in order to get the money and to get the property. So thus we have open fraud. Thank you. Mr. Gorin, so Your Honor, thank you very much. I would like just to talk to the jury and say that, to address them, I will have a chance to talk about the substance of the case, but we're only at the beginning of a long road, and I'd like to warn you from jumping to conclusions, because in many cases, so the truth is not on the surface. I hope that by joint forces we'll be able just to learn about the specifics of the case without having to evaluate the presence or absence of supernatural powers in my defendant. I think that the case is something else. Is that the substance of the case is somewhere else. So, and I wish we would be able to get to the bottom of the matter. Thank you, jury. We can move over to the investigation, so where the evidence will be provided. Please be very attentive.
На скамье подсудимых мужчина, который...
The indicted person is the man who has proposed to resurrect his daughter. The defense is sure that there was no crime in the intent of the defendant. Please raise. Hello. This court proceedings is now open. We are considering the case about the fraud committed by Mr. Maminov in accordance with the Criminal Code Article 4. All the witnesses are present. The defendant, please raise. Please introduce yourself. Pyotr Davidovich Maminov, President of the closed joint stock company Lazar Plus. I deal with the corporeal technologies. I was born in the town of Kolunino in the Pskov region on the 27th of March 1967. Where do you live? I live in Moscow. Boulevard of Kusinin, house 8. This is my house. On the first floor I have my office. On the second floor I have my bedroom. What is your education? Higher medical education. Are you married? No. I'm single. Elvira Daniilova, please introduce yourself. Elvira Daniilovna Khotova, born in Moscow. Mr. Pashin, I am your federal judge. The prosecuting lawyer is here, and the defense lawyer are here. You have the right for defense. You can defend yourself, or you can defend with your attorney. Do you understand your rights? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Dear colleagues, will you have any depositions? Your Honor. Our prosecuting lawyer does not feel well. Can I charge a glass of water? And I can do that so that his headache will immediately mitigate. But I do not need any compassion on the part of the defendant. I just wanted to help him. Let us start. Mr. Ignatiev, on the part of the prosecution, will now speak. Your Honor, Pyotr Davidovich Maminov has been indicted in accordance with the Criminal Code Article 4 for the fraud we remember the tragic story of the collapse of the ferry in the Baltic Sea. So the Estonian ferry Keila went into the sea with under stormy conditions. 600 passengers were aboard and 85. So the boat sank within 30 minutes. 328 passengers died. 59 died after the catastrophe. The cause of the disaster has never been ascertained. Among the passengers was a 19-year-old lady, Miss Skotova, who was there with his bridegroom, and their wedding was intended for September. The parents of some of the victims turned to the wizards and all kinds of people who could promise to resurrect these people. She paid 300,000 rubles to the defendant. She also gave him a landlord on the Rublev highway with the house and the building, which was later assessed at 19 million rubles. So the defendant is now indicted for a fraud. Thank you. Please raise yourself. Do you understand the accusations? Do you consider yourself to be guilty? How can I call myself guilty for the divine gift that I have been given? The plaintiff has turned to the court with a claim of 300,000 rubles, as well as the announcement of null and void of the house on the Rublev highway that was given to the defendant for the services that he was supposed to render. I think I did what I could, and I think that I do not Elvira Daniel, please raise. Do you know the defendant? Yes. This is Petya Maminov. The person who has been composing horoscopes for me. He was teaching hypnosis to my daughter, as well as to obtain information from the unified field. How did you know that your daughter and her bridegroom were in trouble? I heard it on the news. I thought that Ludo would call, and then I thought that they were not, then maybe that they were not on that ferry, or they wanted to stay in Tallinn for an extra day. So I had no information about the whereabouts of my daughter. But why did you go to the defendant? But he's a clairvoyant. Could the defendant do anything for you? He received us at the top floor of his house, in his office. He looked into the crystal ball, he gazed into the crystal ball, and then he had a map, a sea map of that area, took my golden ring and started to look as to how it will swing when he was holding it on a thread above this map. And then he said, he's alive. And then he said to me, I don't see your daughter among those who were alive. On the 22nd of August, he called me on my birthday and asked me if he could come. And I said that I'm sorry, I can't receive guests. And he said that he might have a good news. So he came to me and he said that he has a study in the field of corporeal technologies. And then he said that he would try to draw Luda back into our space. But I'm sorry, did you really believe this nonsense? Yes, I trusted him. I trusted that man. And then he showed me some papers coming from a notary to the effect that that he already had done it with others. Did he ask for money? No, he did not. I offered him money myself. He was first saying no, but then we agreed for 300,000. Then I wanted to give him that house as a gift in Luzhovka, in Rubleva, where he wanted to establish this school. How about this ritual of resurrection? Did it take place in your presence? No, I was not there. I was on the second floor above his office. And there was something at the top floor that something was there was a very strange sounds, the murmur or the spells. Then he came downstairs in about 3 hours, totally exhausted, and he could hardly walk. Did you give any precious things to the defendant? On the 24th of August, I brought him 300,000 rubles. On the 27th of August, he told me that the ritual had been successful and that Lyudmila was alive. And so in 2 days after that, I brought him the notary paper as a gift. But why did you go to the police? Because Lyudmila was never back, and Petya moved into my house on Rubleva, did not want to talk to me, cut up all the telephone conversations, and so I had it dawned on me that he cheated me. In September of 2005, Roman was buried. And the father of Roman, he was very cross with Petya and was telling me that I should complain, that I should go to the police. And he took me by car to Ogadova 6. No more questions to the defendant. Thank you, Elvira Danilovna. Please sit. Mr. Ogoryakhov. This man has been the defense believes that the defendant's intent was not criminal. Witness Agriakhov. Yeah. Good afternoon. Mr. Gennady Agriakhov, yes. What do you do in life? I'm a banker. I'm president of the fourth most reliable bank in the country. Do you have children? Do you have a widower? No, I'm a widower. My only son, my only child died. Do you know the defendant and the plaintiff? Yes, I have known the family of Kotovs for many years. My son Roman wanted to marry the daughter of the Kotovs, and I met Pyotr Maminov during an evening party. He was talking about the fates of Russia and the prophecies of Nostradamus. Later on, I learned that he is composing notes and talks to politicians and to businessmen. I thought that he might be a useful person to talk to. Why do you believe that he's a charlatan? Well, because he claims that he saved the life of my son, and the corpse of my son was found, the body of my son was found. I did not even recognize him. The genetic expertise had to be taken on the tissues of 12 bodies. Gennady Akopovich, did you ever use the recommendations of my defendant Maminov? Yes, I did, on several cases. So it happens that the magician found some favorable period or moments for you to invest capital, and you, as the brokers say, was either a bear or a bull, playing high or playing low, and I think made quite a bit of money. I do not remember. But as far as I know, from conversations with my defendant, this is a six-digit number in hard currency. How could you comment this information? Why are you talking about this nonsense? He cheated. He said that my son was alive, and he had been dead. He had been long dead. My son was in the morgue. He did not have a face. He's behind your shoulder. He says that he is good. Just like in the cafe when he gave him a bronze figurine, he says, don't torment yourself. How do you know that? What bronze figurine are you talking about? This was in 1990, when Roman was 6. And at that time I lived with my second wife, with another woman, and so I came and took my son and took him to the ice cream parlor, and I took this bronze figurine. It was in my office. It's a hair. And Roman forgot it. He did not take it to Finland. So I'm keeping this as memory. How do you know that? I will pay you any money. Tell me about my son. Where is he? He says that he had that he was floating in the sea for 2 days he was trying. I do not know what is this man talking about. How do you know all this? Well, I'm a charlatan. Your Honor, may I please sit? More questions? Thank you. If I understood right, that he's alive or he suffers. I wanted to continue considering the evidence. I have a set of materials related to the disaster and the shipwreck. This material evidence, if I may show this, were described and added to the materials of the case. May I take this to continue the study? According to this diary, we have been able to ascertain that these diary entries were made by the defendant. Let me read several notes that might be of relevance. So, Your Honor, on the 14th of August, where Elvira K. and Ogrechov were their bankers. This will be a triumph if R.0 is saved. On the 23rd of August, the corporeal technologies experiment. On 27th, indeed, there will be a day and there will be food. And I think that he is referring. On the 27th of August, a conversation with Mr. Kotov. I'm moving to Rublyova. I was in Uzhovka, a Soviet merchant-style 3-floor building. The defendant also had a whole portfolio of biographical materials about the victims of the tragedy, which allowed him to continue to mislead the victims of the tragedy. Well, you can keep, you may remain silent. Please tell me, Pyotr Davidovich, when you felt these amazing abilities. I was 9 and I was fishing during a thunderstorm. A lightning struck the grass next to me and I lost my senses, and then in several days I started to see dreams where I was walking among the stars, and then I understood that I acquired a gift of seeing the future. Your time will come and you will help people. I heard the voice. I have a request to the court, an appeal to the court to show the video showing my defendant to resurrect a person who had died. This video comes from the surgical department of the First Medical Institute. Do you agree with this? Yes. I leave it to the deferral of the court. Ilya. You have come back to the world. What did you see? May I ask a question? Is this not the same video which was shown during the TV program 5 years ago? Indeed, we're well aware of your activities. So you're an ophthalmologist by education. But unfortunately, I have to open people's eyes on your activities. We have spent quite a lot of time to study the life of the defendant. What can we understand from this newspaper article? This shows how I was a dead body, and the student of the medical academy says that this was a staged performance, and that every person who was there were under influence. Indeed, we were not aware. It is true. What you have now seen is the repetition of a true experiment. This is more of a documentary reconstruction of the events that had taken place earlier. I also said that this documentary is vindicated by documents, which is a statement from the first from the thanatology chairperson, to the effect that on the 11th of May of 2006, a certain Mr. Karapukhin's death was ascertained, and only thanks to the efforts of my defendant, Mr. Karapukhin was brought back to life. Why is it that you, such a noble person, who was indeed inspired by Vanga, why did you charge money for what you did? Unfortunately, nothing is for free, and if you do not pay, then something will be. Then the devil will exact that money. How did you spend the money? I spent 150,000 on the account of Lazar Plus joint stock company, and then I transfer 150,000 to an orphanage. No more questions to my defendant. Pyotr Davidovich, please sit. It appears to me that we can call in the witness Kremniev. The defense is for the first time announcing the call-in of this witness, and he is waiting to be interrogated.
На скамье подсудимых мужчина, которого обвиняют в мошенничестве, совершенном в особо крупном размере. Подсудимый обещал потерпевшим...
The accused promised to resurrect the daughter, but the defense feel there is no corpus delicti here. Witness Kremniev, please. Good day, witness. Kindly stand behind the bars. What is your name? Kremnev Kirill Ivanovich. What do you do for a living? I'm a private detective. Okay, colleague, your witness, Kirill Ivanovich, do you know the defendant? He heard me in late September 2005. What was the point? To find on the shore of the Baltic Sea and the nearby territories a lady, a girl, named Lyudmila Mikhailovna Kotova, who was missing after the ferry Kayla had an accident. A month ago, once after I've traveled all across the Baltics, I found myself at an Orthodox nunnery, Our Lady's nunnery, and there among the ladies I saw among the girls who were there toiling in obedience and novitiates. I found a girl who was very modest, and they say she is the lady because of the sufferings and the stress. She had amnesia and she lost speech too. It seems like the Navy found her in the waves of the Baltic Sea on the 17th of August 2005. She was tied to some kind of flotsam and jetsam, but she couldn't say anything about herself because she lost memory and speech. So I've made a picture of this lady. Please show those pictures to the court. Dear colleagues, if you will, you can make... I would like to have a look. Your Honor, I have seen these pictures before. Your Honor, well, I give the floor to the dexterity and adroitness of my trickiness, but this lay sister is not very much like Lyudmila Kotova. May I ask a question to the plaintiff, to the victim? Tell me, this woman on the picture, is it your daughter? I don't know. I don't know. Look, the mother doesn't recognize this nun. I brought her from St. Petersburg, and she is now accompanied by the nun, Sister Yekaterina. She's here. I suggest we invite these ladies into the room. Kirill Ivanovich, please ask your ladies who accompany. Yekaterina, whatever you do, but what you do is very cruel. Do you understand that the heart of a mother can simply not withstand this disappointment? Now let's take a look. Now let's take a look. I'm not so cruel. Just wait. Люди. Господи, здрасте, как. I cannot observe it in indifference. Sorry, Your Honor. Elvira Danielvna, tell me please right now, do you have any claims for my client? Forgive me, for God's sake, Peter. My dear girl, she's here with me. Okay, whatever you have, I will give you the money or whatever. Other sides, do they wish to add something? Question to the accused, please. Pyotr Danilovich, please get up. Tell me, please, the accused. You mentioned during the preliminary investigations that some of your students reached the third degree of mystery. What was it that what they became? Or did they have any special signs as compared to others? Of initiation. The third degree of initiation, let me explain to you, it means that they can have admitted to the uniform energy and information flow. Before that, they were supposed to, the egregors, sacrifice their virginity. Only after that initiation could take place, and my beloved students received a tattoo with my initials. on the flexure of the elbow of the left. Your Honor, allow me, please, also to show another focus now. Within the framework of the criminal investigation, I need a witness, or rather, I need Lyudmila, who was provided by the defense. If it doesn't offend, the same sign my student Lyudmila she had, and this sign, in principle, I want to say that we didn't lose link with her. Well, please, the accused, this sign. Yes, this is my sign. Well, I understand it all. What is it, this sign? Please tell me. I do not see from here. Pyotr Davidovich, well, do you remember clearly that in your daily record you put with your own arm? That's excellent. I remember. Your Honor, may I please show you a small excerpt from the diary of the accused, of the defendant. It's another excerpt. Yes, certainly it's another excerpt. Please. So it's in by the hand of, I read Peter newspaper Glas Duhu, notabene. Think of it, a small note, the one who found herself in the waves. I invite the court and the defense to pay special attention. What this note, Glas Duhu of the 19th of August 2005. The woman who was found, she was sent into the hospital. She was delivered, a woman who suffered, found by the Navy in the waves of a cold sea. She clearly lost her mind, but she behaves very humbly, and she responds. On the left arm, you see the initials of our lady, of PDM. Well, there is nobody with such initials. And she perfectly knew that Lyudmila was saved, but he was saved not because of his efforts, but because of the efforts of the will of the God, of the providence. Whatever you say, Your Honor, but this is the result. Your Honor, I think now, thank you for satisfying. Well, Alexei Mikhailovich, now we have your speech. Thank you, Your Honor. Distinguished court, distinguished participants of this court hearing. I don't suppose there is room for ovation. So, dear friends, dear jury, I suppose we have ended the investigation. When is our break? In 20 minutes. What do the sides think? Are they ready now to appeal to the jury, or do you need a break? Okay, you're ready. Well, the jury, do you need a break? No, I'm afraid not. You won't have. If any questions about clarifications of what goes on, yes, you can have it. But these are questions to the judge through your elder juror. Sorry, something is being said off the mic. Your Honor, the jury want to get an information. Was any contract signed between the victim and the accused? Thank you. I suppose, yes, that the prosecution may remind what was the character of the story. Nevertheless, the money was given based upon the notary certified agreement. Are we supposed to remember that? Does the defense object to my clarification or not? No, thank you. Still, we now move over to the debates. To give the floor to support the state prosecution, it's given to the Counselor of Justice, Boris Vladimirovich Grozovsky. Thank you very much, distinguished court, distinguished jury. From the point of view of the prosecution, the guilt of the accused does not, cannot be in doubt at all. The thing is that whether he is to blame or not, whether he's guilty or not, you should look at it irrespective of the issue, whether this lady is alive or not, Madam Lyudmila Kotova. whether she. What do you think personally about possibility of resurrection from the dead? There are two ideas about resurrection. From the point of view of modern medicine and biological science, it's impossible, but resurrection can be a subject of faith. In the second case, however, it happens from the point of view of those who believe through the mercy and grace of God, not through the efforts of people, whoever they claim to be, magicians or... So, from the both sides of view, it means from the religious and from the scientific point of view, resurrection of the dead cannot be the subject and the result of human effort. It's either non-existent or it happens because of the efforts of divine substance, not through some human effort. Nevertheless, thus, as he promised to Madame Kotova that he would resurrect her daughter who died because of the accident, he originally knew that he could not fulfill his promise, and this was a deceit from very start. And certainly, citizen Kotova, very much like the father of the groom of the daughter of Kotova in the shipwreck, they both manifested in the story certain naivety and silliness. Again, there are different ideas about to which extent silliness and naivety can be viewed as a crime. But for their silliness, citizen Kotova has been punished. She lost her property, she lost her money, and she doesn't need any more punishment from by the court or by society for her silliness and naivety. And it's not a matter of the court. May I remind you the timeline. On the 13th of August, the ferry had a shipwreck. The accused begins looking into this matter on the next day, on the 14th of August. On the 17th of August, they found a young girl, who was tied to some flotsam. At that time, they didn't know what she was. On the 21st of August, a note is published in the St. Petersburg newspaper Glas Dukha, the one who was found on the waves. At the same time, it gets into to the accused. 2 days after that, after he has read this note, that they found a girl, a victim of the shipwreck, the defendant, the accused, has experience in temporal technologies where he invokes the demons, and at that time, on the next day, he gets money, 300,000 rubles just in advance payment for the resurrection, and 3 days more. He says that this resurrection took place. Unfortunately, we could not establish at which time he hired a private detective to find the girl, daughter by Kotova, and at what time the detective found her. These two very important facts, but unfortunately, regrettably, we could not find because they refused to cooperate with the prosecution. But nevertheless, about a week after this note was published, the one girl that was found in the waves of the sea, the accused says that he resurrected the girl very successfully, and on the next day he receives title on the house, gift deed. So we see as a long run that the accused misled the the plaintiff. Where is the deceit? He promised to resurrect, the service of the resurrection. But in point of fact, what he did, he provided the service to find and search and find for her daughter. That's why he hired a detective who would look for the girl. One service has been substituted by another, and this kind of contract, in terms of law, is invalid and void. Besides, the accused claimed that the groom is also alive, but in this case, the procedure of resurrection failed. So, if the accused would not have had any questions, received any questions from the prosecution, if he had, say, concluded a contract with citizen Kotova for the services to search and find her daughter. Moreover, that, as we see, he really did find him and did provide the service for searching for the daughter. But the subject of the contract was resurrection, and for this reason, that is why we think it is an embezzlement and swindling. Again, we must divide the facts of life or death of Lyudmila Kotova and the very fact whether she's alive or not from the fact that whether fraud took place. Yes, she was alive. She found out alive. Yes, they found her. That's why her mother is quite can really renounce her suit and to get back her money and the house. But irrespective of this, the prosecution feels that he is a swindler, and he's a dangerous swindler. He should be isolated from society because he can mislead many more other trusting people, and there are many people like this in our country. And for this reason, the prosecution thinks that he is a swindler, he does monkey business, and he should be isolated from society to prevent him from further swindles. We give the floor to the lawyer for the defense, Dmitry Gurin. A distinguished jury. Unlike my colleague, the lawyer who you saw in this file, I will not urge you to look whether he had or not had extrasensorial capacity. I'm thankful to the prosecution for giving me this clarification about resurrection. But I suppose that our objective is to look into very much down-to-earth matters, not transcendent matters. And this is what law is about. Well, the absence or not, or is this the matter that we're looking at, whether he has any extrasensorial capacity? He is accused of deceit, of fraudulent practice, and we're looking at whether this fraud took place. The accused, he promised to return the daughter to the mother. Did he not deliver on his promise? Did we not see them meet? Did we not see that, suppose she survived in the shipwreck without any certainly help or support from my client, but would she come back without his help? Would not the mother, who would be absolutely almost destroyed with the newspapers with quite dubious name, a voice of the spirit, if my client did not do what he did, would we see today this meeting between mother and daughter? Another point I wish to make. We are fully aware that after severe tragedies and after such joyous meeting, normal people may not withstand, and they may undergo irreversible consequences. Did he not prepare the so-called victim to this meeting. There's seeds of hope that he planted in her soul. Did they not facilitate the severity of this tragedy and these seeds of hope that were given later? Did they not keep her from excess emotion and from destruction? Did they not make her stronger? I don't know what about psychic capacities, but surely he provided psychotherapy for the client, for the victim. This seems to me sure. So let's look at it from another side. Did not my client, did he show to me a man who works for profit? Tell me, please, do many of us, as we receive our fee, can we give away half of this fee to the orphanage, and the other half he would send for his business? And haven't we heard that the victim was saying that she had to talk my client into taking the money? Well, as to the land plot and the house, I don't suppose this matter should be considered during our court hearing, because this transfer of the house, it's an act of gift. It's not a subject for contract for services, fee for services. What were the motives of giving this gift? In my view, they were pure and clean, and you can evaluate them whatever way you feel, but I think that the victim several times said that she has no claims to my... Yes, but please don't forget that they both, the victim and they're not people who do not know one another. Maybe they're brought together by cooperation, they've known each other for many years. He counseled the victim and her daughter, he provided them, he trained them, he gave them some services, and the very accused party, the offended party, as we could see, does not experience any negative emotions towards them. And this is what she acknowledged during the hearing, that the reason for was external pressure that was put on her. Otherwise she would not file against the accused. And the last point I wish to raise. Well, nobody has yet cancelled in the presumption of innocence, and all the doubts we may have about this matter, they should be treated in favor of my client. Or shall we hear anything? Yes, thank you. Thank you. The lawyer for the defense put forward several controversial points. I just want to point out two things. Very often, the interest for the fraud, because of the, very often he puts it as a gift. That's the benefit, that's the profit, as advantage, any property, and this is the basis of both the financial pyramids as well as private cases of fraud. This is a typical case. What in this case took place, not a contract about for fee services, but rather instead it was an act of gift, whereas the resurrection was not put down as a service for fee. It does not in any way mean that there is no fraud that took place. Secondly, the fraud on behalf of the accused is that he was well aware, or at least he made a guess, that the daughter of the victim is alive. He supported in the victim the confidence that her daughter was indeed dead, and he can resurrect and provide the services for that. This was deliberate fraud. As we found out from the timeline of the events, the victim first read a note that this girl was found, and only after that he did some kind of rite to resurrect her, and after that he received the money as an imposter, and only then, with the help of the detective, the girl was found. This is where the fraud took place, where he really misled the victim. Thank you very much. Shall we hear with any response? I want to draw the attention of the jury that you may feel that the prosecution are logical, the retort rational, but please do not forget that is only a hypothesis. Hypothesis that is built on assumption. In the subject matter of this contract, if we do not have in front of our eyes, if we don't have the subject, we can only assume that what the parties meant as they concluded this. This is the rejoinder. Well, now the court hearing is over, and the jury is now supposed to, that in several minutes we can announce a break. But before we do so, I'll first give both to the defense and prosecution it's like a query. Questioner, you can speak on this after the break. As to you, the jury, as I promised to you, I give to each of you special procedure about how do you must return your verdict. You can read it and study it during the break. So, dear jury, before I announce a break, I would suggest that you all should follow these instructions. First of all, please try not to discuss this matter even between yourselves. What you have, you still have to hear my word. Don't go for the mass media. Thirdly, don't try to find out anything on this matter apart from the information which you have heard. Secondly, don't talk to others, to people beyond this. You should not talk to the witnesses, to the prosecution and to the defense. If you see that anybody of your colleagues does so, immediately give us to the secretary this knowledge, to Marina Sergeyevna and to myself. Do you understand my instruction, my verdict? My instructions, thank you. Well, now I want you to go to the special canteen for the judges, and I announce a break before 14:30.
Вообще с такими вещами шутить нельзя. Да про то, что совершенно бесовское. И видишь, в чем здесь бесовство? В принципе, я считаю, что без всякого суда немедленно государство должно пресекать такие вещи.
Друзья, объявление для участников Айкнесс собирается сейчас в обеденный перерыв в 2 часа.
Никаких скрутяжных.
На углу будет табличка Айкнесс.
Да ну, сумасшедшие просто, все бесноватые уже, откровенно. Просто они бесятся, действительно. И все это не так невинно.
Ребята, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места. Мы начинаем уже.
После перерыва возобновляется судебное заседание. Виктор Иванович, скажите, пожалуйста, кто-либо пытался оказать воздействие на вас или ваших коллег?
Нет, Ваша честь, никто не пытался.
Господа присяжные не обращались к свидетелям, к потерпевшей, к другим участникам процесса?
Нет.
Your notes, do you have them? Yes, so let's continue with our work. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecuting attorneys and the side and the defense side, so what are your considerations? What are your opinions? What are your opinions? Yes, we agree, so that the question has been formulated correctly. So the defense is ready with the way the question has been formulated. So then the jury can come back into the courtroom, and I confirm, I approve the questionnaire. So in the way the defense and the prosecution agreed. So will you please hand the questionnaire to the jury? The jury, so then litigation is coming to an end, proceedings coming to an end, and you need to listen to my my words. First, the defendant Maminov is accused of a fraud, which is punishable by the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation, the Article 159, and he is adjudged is guilty, so he can be deprived of freedom from 2 months to 5 years, and with a fine up to 1 million rubles or no fine, because fraud is theft, and so theft is taking somebody's property without the recognition or acknowledgement of that other person. So the free seizure of the property, so can be seized for free, or a person just who buys a gold ring for a brass ring. So this is fraud too. So what is fraud actually? Is a type of theft. So fraud is related to the acquisition of the right to somebody else's property or the property by deceit or by other means. And so during fraud, so the aggrieved party sometimes offers to transfer the property to the fraudster, and so the aggrieved party, so the claimant transfers the property of his own free will. So the guy accused of fraud, and you can judge him as such in the combination of the following factors: whether the fraud has taken place or the trust has been violated. So then if the property has been transferred or the title has been transferred for property, so by way of signing an agreement, a rental agreement, lease agreement, was or was not signed. So in the event of fraud, if there's causal conditioning between these, so if the property has been transferred, not just like that, but under the influence of deceit, with the deceit in the background, and then so whether the fraudster did it with purpose and knowingly did that. So that's an aggravating circumstance. So the fraud considers to be accomplished at the time when the title has been transferred. This is why it's not important how the fraudster disposed of the property. So he could use it for charity or spend it or give to his relatives. That's not relevant anymore. So you can consider this much later. So if the sentence may be mitigated, but he did it with premeditation. So because once the property that he got from the aggrieved party, and disposed of it and legitimately formalized, so the higher court, deceit can be in conscientious information of knowingly wrongful information or hiding up the facts. So then the wrongful information provided by the fraudster can be related to events, the personality of the accused, about his intentions. So violation of the trust can be done on the basis of trust relations that have been formed between the defendant and the claimant. So they could be related to, they could be friends, so they could be neighbors, and so the person represented himself as a public official, and so violating trust is is when a person took upon himself a certain commitments, knowing that knowingly he will not be able to carry them out. So if a person gets an advance for a service that he is not going to carry out, so this can be judged as a fraud. And so then, because or impossibility to act on, so then there is. So then premeditation needs to be separated from confusion. So if a person is not sure whether he is capable or not capable to do that, then he is not a fraudster. So that could be only a civil violation. But if it's premeditated and does it knowingly, it means that he knows that he would never be able to act on his promise. And so then he is, plus he wants to take somebody's property. So a large size, so it meaning the theft over 1 million rubles in monetary expression or property. So the jury, so you need to understand that I'm giving you this explanation, clarification within the framework of the criminal law. So you need to understand what kind of language you're going just to use when you start discussing this issue. If you use the language of the civil law, so then obligations, agreements, that will be incorrect because we're talking about, it's not the wrongful formalization of an agreement or a contract. So we're not going about the real real contract or not real contract, valid or an invalid contract. But here we talk about the criminal law. Then you cannot, you need to depart from the main S4 assumptions about the fraud, transfer of property, knowing and certainly the premeditation, and knowing premeditation. So how to understand if there is a fraud case or no fraud case, whether Maminov is guilty or not guilty, only on the basis of evidence. And so the evidence is there, and you remember there's no need to remind you, there's only one point. So since the jury were interested in how the title was formalized and the agreement was formalized. I'm not talking about whether it was formalized correctly or incorrectly, but so in the words of the aggrieved party, so then the defendant promised to make her happy, and then he promised to resurrect her daughter, and he did not ask any money, so she offered the money herself, and then as she said, we decided that a certain amount of money will change hands. So then, you need to evaluate the importance of her words. So because the presumption of innocence is the background, so the evidence and the testimony is decided from your own inner inherent heart, your common sense and conscience. So the proof is always evaluated in an aggregate fashion. You should not attach any importance to the most beautiful, nice, or salient feature or something that you remembered from the evidence provided. You need to try to remember all proof, and you cannot base your evidence that's studied during the course. So you cannot use any other materials, because only during the litigation, during the court process, all the evidence that you have gained, that's the only one, the only basis and foundation that you need to judge upon. And so you should not trust the aggrieved party just because he's a defendant, and the claimant just because he's the claimant. And so then you should do it. Certainly, you can certainly pay attention to the procedural position, so the way his reputation, the way he talked, the way he acted, but you should be impartial. So your conclusions, if you decide that he is guilty, should not be based on assumptions. All the notions and all the evidence, everything that you are in doubt should be interpreted in favor of the accused, of the defendant. So you should remember that non-proven guilt equals that the person is not guilty. And then if you remember some other evidence, even if you think that the lawyer or myself they spoke about evidence something else. So you still have to rely on your memory and on your experience, and you can use certainly your notes. I should tell you that what is not evidence, so petitions of the parties, their statements, their preamble of the defense lawyer or the prosecuting attorney, and so this is the system of streamlining the information, and they should not consider. So my words. So it's important only for you from the juridical viewpoint when I was saying what fraud is and how we need to work with evidence. With regards to the actual part, so you can use your memory, and my words may be disregarded. So then I appeal to the jury. If you have any more doubts, so you need to acquit Mr. Maminov. If you have no doubts and you said he is guilty, answering the third question, then you move over to the fourth question that will allow us to consider he is guilty with mitigating circumstances. If you write the mitigating circumstances, then the court should mitigate the punishment by 1/3 at least. That's what the law says, if there are mitigating circumstances. When you decide on the mitigating circumstances, you need to take into consideration the circumstances that you think are right, from the position of the claimant and or how the accused disposed of the money obtained from the claimant. And you are but you are not writing what you thought is important. You just write he is worthy of getting a lighter sentence because there are mitigating circumstances. That's all. So I appeal to the jury that you made an oath, and so I don't want you don't want to acquit the guilty and to give the verdict of guilt to the innocent. So very well weighted. So now the scales of justice are in your hands. So actually the court is bound by your verdict. So I have already given you the instructions how to conduct your deliberations. And so do we have any questions as to the words I have told you about the instructions, about the verdicts of guilty, non-guilty? Your Honor, no questions. So the Secretary will distribute the questionnaires. So this is not an official text. So it coincides with the official, but you need to fill out only the text that you will see. And the copies will help you to follow the discussion. So the deliberations, discussions will be conducted in this council room. So you have tables, chairs in the adjacent room. So please go and discuss. Then there is another point. So in court, so we always want the jury to have a common ground, and we want you to deliberate for no shorter than 3 hours. And if you can, then I will just set the other rules. So no less than 15 minutes. If you don't come to the common opinion, maybe you'll come to the common opinion in a matter of 10 minutes, then put it to the vote. And Viktor Ivanovich will put it to the vote. And if you don't arrive to the common opinion, so the sides, the defense attorney, the prosecuting attorney, the claimant, and the defendant, please, let's start deliberating. Please be seated.
Господа, есть надежда, что нам покажут совещание.
1, 2, 3. Слышно. Уважаемые присяжные заседатели, в соответствии
in accordance with the instructions that we have familiarized ourselves with, so we need to discuss the issues that we need to find answers. So fill out the questionnaire to answer the points. So I suggest we follow in the following fashion. So I will read them one by one, and anyone who wants to make a point can do so. So first question, number 1. Has it been proven beyond any doubt that in 2005 got from the person who said that he is an extrasensoric capabilities, which doctor, and so that he promised to resurrect her daughter and accepted 300,000 rubles. Has it been proven or not? And on September the 15th, so then a house with the land was transferred to the witch doctor. And so with a 3-storied brick building and other constructions with the value of 19 million rubles. Has it been proven or not? So we need to select one of two options. So no, it has not been proven, or yes, it's been proven that 300,000 rubles changed hands, and later the property has been transferred to that person who claims to have the ties with the world beyond the grave. The aggrieved party. The aggrieved party, yes. So this is the answer is yes, because we have a refutable proof of the fact that money and property has been transferred. Okay. Then I suggest to discuss. No further discussions on this problem, on this question. So let's put it to the vote. So first, no, it hasn't been proven. Who thinks that the transfer of money and property has not been proven? Raise your hands. Against? In favor? Okay, carried unanimously. So I put to the vote the assumption that the money and property has been proven. Raise your hands. Yes, it's been proven. Against? Abstained? Okay, carried unanimously. So we move to the next question, number 2. Has it been proven that the defendant Maminov, using the fact that the girl disappeared, so promised to her mother and promised to resurrect her daughter, and for this he got money and property. So we need to select one of 3 answers. No, it hasn't been proven that he, referring to his exceptional powers, would be able to resurrect the daughter. Has it been proven or not? So who would like to comment? Referring to his supernatural powers, promised the daughter's mother that he would resurrect her daughter. So what date? I missed it. Mrs. Kotova with the young guys who was a boyfriend of her daughter came to the defendant and asked what happened to her, and he said she's alive, but she was already dead. So if we say that, so these two facts were proven that, so first, so he told her mother, and then he promised to resurrect, then it's proven. But if we mean, so the causal conditioning between these two factors, then there is one link missing to the fact that before he promised to resurrect her, he allegedly he learned that she was alive before he promised to resurrect her. He had already known that he was alive. So I think that we need to use our right to clarify it with the court. And so actually, what kind of a question we need to answer? Do we agree? Yes. So we need to clarify. So whether it's been proven that if the two factors exist, or then is there a causal conditioning between these two factors? Cause and effect relationship. Cause and effect relationship. I have, if I remember right, I think that the talk about with the parents of the aggrieved party, so the father of Roman, took place before the article went into print, because the article went into print on the 21st, and was and 21st it was published in a paper, and I found it on the 17th, judging by the evidence provided by the claimant. No, the claimant was the father of Roman. So then the question of dates is very important. Question of dates. So the aggrieved party said that she did not want to meet with Mamonim, and nevertheless he said, so I have something to make you happy with. And then she agreed to meet her, and he said that he was ready to resurrect the girl. Because I have some good news for you, he said. I think that we kind of go around the question that was set here, because here we need to identify, make a decision whether, so two facts have been proven. First fact is that Mamin told the mother that the girl had died. That's the first fact. Is it proven or not? And the second fact that he can resurrect the girl who died. That's the two facts. So I need to make a decision whether these two facts have been proven or not. Concerning that he told the mother about the death of her daughter. He didn't come to the mother and told her that she died. But when she came, so he said that I can't see her among the living. That's what he said, and he didn't say that she died. So the mother said that she died. Mm-hmm. I'm confused. Promised was to promise to resurrect, to raise from the dead. He promised. So exactly. Let's try. And he said, I have experience, I have knowledge. I've been doing it for a while, so I know how to do it. I can't bring her back to life. That's what. Was there a guarantee? Did he provide a guarantee for resurrection? So did he promise to resurrect her? So because he could be, so about promise. So promise is very important. Did he really promise to raise her from the dead? So it was not an agreement, it was the guarantee of resurrection. And here so what we see here is that the aggrieved party heard what she wanted to hear. In all probability, that's exactly how it went. And I don't see her among the living. It doesn't mean that she's dead. Let's try. It means I promise to resurrect her, to bring her back. So this is psychological issue, psychological influence. Maybe it's there, but on the other hand, we talk about the actual substantial part of the question. So no proof that I think that there is no actual proof that he said that I would bring her back to life. I would resurrect her, that she died, and I promised to resurrect her. I think that that's not what he said. Another question. So what is it reflected in any documents somehow? Because even he's a fraudster, so he still just takes notes of services provided. So any written document that could be added to the testimonial evidence. So, but we have no document of the kind, and that is why it's very difficult to say what exact services, resurrection services, bringing from the dead, or other services he promised to the aggrieved party. So clarification, I think that we need to establish the proof of two facts. The two facts: whether he told her about the death of the daughter, so she was missing. So they recognized her as missing, and information was provided to us. And Maminov, so saying that the girl is not among the living. So thus he actually provided information to her mother about her death.
And he said about the bridegroom that he was alive but suffering. My argument, he promised to raise a person from the dead. I understand that he said that he would perform a certain ritual, and he did perform a certain ritual. And it appears to me that there are no contract relationships in question. This was rather an expression of some gratitude. Gratitude which was expressed in certain material form rather than anything else. While this has not been explained or considered, but how it was said that it is not a matter of how the contract relations are in any way shaped up, but the question is if there is a fact of a fraud, because the payment was exacted for certain services. So there was a prepayment, and here we're not talking about the signature of a contract. And he acknowledges that he exacted the money. Both sides recognize this. I would like to remind you of the word that the judge said, that this event is a part of breaching of trust. Breaching of trust in a situation when a person is psychologically shaken about the fate of her daughter, and the tortuous statements and characteristics that Mr. Maminov was using when persuading the mother were indeed intended to breach the trust and extract a material gain. Because there is no treaty, because there was no contract, we're discussing if this was an act of breach of trust. I think that this can be has been proven. Well, the 3 points in here, I think that they need to be answered as yes. Has it been proven that the defendant told the mother of the missing daughter? Yes, he told her. Did he promise to raise her from the dead? Yes. Did he get the material gain? Yes, he did. So the answers are yes. The prepayment, only 300,000 and 19 million rubles cost of house. The house cost, which cost 19 million rubles, was a gift. If we're talking about prepayment, then the prepayment was 300,000 and not over 1 million. So we're talking about the property considered in the previous question. So let us be exact in our statements. All right. Then we have to ask for the for help to the judge, or else vote. Friends, I think that we cannot consider this in an arbitrary way, and if we see that a specific question is wrongly put, then we have to turn to the judge, because it appears that in this formulation, not the entire property mentioned in the previous point was paid as a prepayment. Let us hope that the senior juror go to the judge. The promise was to raise her from the dead. Then he called her on the 27th of August. He called her and said that the plaintiff's daughter was alive. So he says that by that he claims that he had performed these questions, that he had performed this task. So let us turn to the judge, to the court. So either we should vote, or we have to turn for elucidation to the court. Who would like to turn to the court? So, we're talking about the prepayment. Your Honor, please raise. Any problems, Viktor Ivanovich? The jurors have arrived at a conclusion that there is a need to turn to the court for elucidation of a statement, of a question in the list of questions. The second question is, has it been proven that the defendant Maminov which stipulates that he has received as a prepayment the property mentioned in the previous point for raising from the dead of the daughter of the plaintiff. So the question about this property, the question is about this property and indeed the notion of prepayment. To say that both the monies and the property were given to him in advance. Dear jurors, you must not tell us about the course of your debate. You have asked a question about the prepayment with respect to the list. In jurisprudence, as well as in business, a prepayment is any payment which is actually paid before the acceptance of the performed work by the client or the customer. So if we're talking about the civil law, then this is a payment which is exacted before the contract has been signed, because at the time of the acceptance, the customer may claim that the work had either not been performed or else was incompleted. So any monies or other monies equivalents that had been received prior to the acceptance of the work are called prepayment. Anything that has been paid before the performance and the acceptance of the performed works is prepayment. Jurors, your clarification is clear. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, let us continue with our deliberation. Let us stand. If we read this question in greater detail, because there's a reference to the first question, and it says in the first question that as a prepayment, 300,000 rubles, 300,000 rubles were paid as a prepayment, and it also says that as a prepayment on the 24th of August, 300,000 was the prepayment, and the actual building or house was transferred according to the contract. Let us vote on this. There are three formulas: yes or no. Yes, it has been proven. Please vote. If he had who would like to vote for these facts to be proven? Abstained? Unanimous decision. Question number 3. Is the defendant Maminov guilty in committing the acts outlined in the previous, or defined in the previous point? Yes, guilty. No, not guilty. Question unanswered. So we have to indeed erase in our memory what the court, what the judge told us. Was there a breach of trust? And the question is if there are people who are ready to expound on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Senior Juror. I would also like to refer to the judge's words in the part where he was talking about the extrasensory abilities of Mr. Maminov may be viewed, and he was defined as a paranoid type. He is sane, but he has a paranoid psychotype, which may be an evidence of the fact that he may be quite sure of his capacities and that he may be totally mistaken about his abilities, trusting in his power. Well, I disagree with my honorable colleague because there is no matter of misleading, because the promise to raise her from the dead was given after he read the announcement in the newspaper about that young girl rescued from the sea. Unfortunately, the private detective did not cooperate with the investigative bodies, and it was not ascertained as to when she was salvaged. On the 21st of August, the diary of the defendant has a note about the newspaper article. On the 22nd of August, he called the plaintiff. We're not saying if he was quite sure that this rescued girl was the daughter of the plaintiff. However, he might have had some degree of confidence. So it appears to me that one should not be, it appears that he must not have believed at that time that it would be he who would be responsible for raising her from the dead. I agree that it would be wrong to say that he doesn't trust in his capacities or extraordinary abilities. But the fact that in the circumstances of this case, it has been proven that he did not intend, because he knew that it was impossible, to raise the daughter of the plaintiff from the dead. I would like to express an opinion that the very fact that he went to the private detective shows that he was not hoping or relying upon his own extraordinary abilities, but started to act rationally to search and identify the whereabouts of that girl. If he understood that he was successful, now he had to find her. Where is the logic here? On the 21st of August, the man sees that in a monastery on the Gulf of Finland, somewhere not far from the Baltic Sea, a young lady was identified. Then he performs this ritual, and for whatever reason, he thinks that he raised her from the dead, and then he sends this private detective to the Gulf of Finland. Or the Gulf of Finland. So he was that man was sent to the particular nunnery on the shores of the Gulf of Finland. The facts. There's a certain cause and effect relationship to the question if these acts were committed out of the desire for personal gain. How would you respond to that? To the prosecutor's question about the payment, he had said that we have to pay for what we have, and he was quite sure and non-ambivalent about the need to be paid for one's services. So there was definitely a material gain motive in what he was doing. Well, I think there's also the point of the false data, because if he had known about some lady salvaged from the sea and taken to the nunnery, he kept a silence about this. So I think that this is also a part of the deception. So according to what I see, the 4 items, the 4 points in this list, there are the plus signs. Out of these 4, so we cover pretty much all the points here. Is that right? Question number 3: is the defendant guilty in committing the acts in the defined in the previous question? We have 3 ways of answering this: yes, guilty; no, not guilty; abstained. Those who are guilty, those who believe that he is guilty, please raise your hands against this decision. The abstained. We have 3 hours to arrive at a common decision. When availing of the disappearance of Mr. Kotov, of Miss Kotov, I do not see that it is a valid proposition that he availed of her disappearance. No, she brought the money on the 22nd. All right, let us try to ascertain the chronology. First, the lady asked to be received on the 14th of August. Madam Kotov and the father of the bridegroom came to be received. So please elucidate clarify your position, because we should be striving for unanimity. So in my opinion, the fact that he used or availed of her disappearance was the starting point in the subsequent story. If she had not disappeared, there would have been no continuation of the story, naturally. I think that the public agrees. Colleagues, let us vote this question the second time. Is defendant Maminov guilty in the acts committed and defined in the previous question? Those who are for, against, abstained. Unanimous decision. Question number 4. Does the defendant Maminov deserve pardon? Any opinions? I think that he deserves pardon. First, because he turned to a private detective, and he might not have done it because he had already received the money and the house. No, the investigation had not yet started, so he started to do something or undertook some steps which characterize him well. Secondly, even during the court proceedings, he said that he would return this money. So this is also a matter of that might characterize him as a person who is not wholly greedy. So I think that there are some circumstances which might alleviate his guilt. Must we take into account the circumstance that we are seeing a girl with a tattoo on her skin, and she undergoes a certain ritual of initiation? So I think that this is the kind of person who commits acts which are even more heinous. It seemed to me, in the wake of these points, and indeed the references to Pontius Pilatus and to Mikhail Bulgakov, apart from everything else, there was also this testimony that 150,000 rubles of this fee were paid for the benefit of an orphanage. No proof has been given. What was the structure of this orphanage? And
probably the money went back to his account as part of different split schemes. Я тоже об этом подумала. I don't know whether my point would be, whether I will speak to the point. I don't quite understand if somebody, yes, indeed, he decided not only just to take money, but continue the search. Why is it when the girl was found, She was brought only to this room. I know why it was done, I mean, on Channel 1. But if we speak about this case, well, let's pretend, okay? Why does she be only in court? And why why he could not, in personal communication, address the problem before it was taken to court, if he was ready to return all this money and whatever. Well, I think there is nothing here. I just have a query. I think that he actively cooperated with the persecution. For some reason, he put it down in his diary, and he did not even destroy it. And it's a major plus. I actually think that he was sincerely making mistake, if at all. And he certainly had some extrasensory capacity. Extraordinary psychic, oh my God. As people said, certainly not. Certainly all, and even singers sing for a fee. And so I think that he deserves our condescension and mercy, and even all those things he did about the psychic did. Maybe it's a different faith which we don't quite understand. I feel that he was simply that he truly thinks that he is an almighty, and maybe he is like this. This is where the question would come. Well, the question is, as the colleague put it, why is this girl, why didn't she appear before? Did he knew that this girl would travel to the court? Did he knew pre-trial, that she would be presented there? And while the lawyers first said that we don't have this, even a lawyer which was on trip, he could not be found, and later on he was presented, yes. Sorry, something is being said off the mic. Yes, if conscience will allow you, you will take it all back. He was confident she's alive. Well, dear colleagues, we are discussing the question whether he deserves leniency or not. Is she alive or not? Whether she will take back or not. It's very different. So please present your position, if not or not. Just a minor remark. Look, we were told that the verdict he might get 2 months to 10 years, so 19 million. This is the price tag on this house. So I suppose this man, formally, he didn't resurrect, but he found the girl at that. He can be receive the punishment for 10 years, and the same that people receive for murder. Look, murder and fraud are two different matters, if you ask me. I think that certainly he does not deserve leniency. For me, the most important factor is that he corrupted a 90-year-old girl, and that she was 19 at the time when she disappeared. One doesn't know when she was when he corrupted her. And besides, he says he wants to open school for extrasenses. Can you imagine what kind of young girls would be, yes, through this kind of initiation? Do you see what I mean? And out of my personal convictions, I want to say that I want to put him away behind the bars. Young girls from this sort of threat. I think all this is emotional. 10 years, certainly, he can get, or this article of the court allows us, and given that our opinions split, I suggest we should not answer this question and give this opportunity to the court. Let the court decide, according to the legal rules, whether he deserves or not mercy and lenience or not. Well, the thing is that the procedure that we are now undergoing, this is a procedure just for us to understand that we're performing our civic duty, and to leave unanswered the question, it means putting the responsibility on the shoulders of a judge. And it's probably not honest, first of all, towards ourselves as citizens. Still, I would say we would still vote and see who is in favor, who is in pro another iteration of debate. This is the way to follow. We have another 3 hours to go. Why not? Dear colleagues, in my view, indeed, the answer to this question is very doubtful, and the viewpoints have split. That's why I suggest to leave the matter without the answer. Although once, when I first heard, I yes thought that he certainly deserves condemnation, but now understand it's not the case. And now, on each possible option, let us vote. We are now voting for, rather, this wording. Does the accused Maminov, does he deserve lenience? And we want to vote for this. Yes, no. No, he doesn't. Who is that he doesn't deserve mercy and leniency? 1, 2, 3, 4. They think that he does not deserve lenience. Who is against? Another point is, yes, he deserves lenience. Who thinks he deserves lenience? Only one person. 1, 2. Who is thinking that we should leave this question unanswered? 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 people altogether. Dear colleagues, do we need to have a discussion of the 4th question, given this sort of all kinds of spectrum of opinions we have heard? I don't suppose we have to go back. Anyways, we will hear discussion and we'll discuss it with the public. So, dear jury, in your presence and with your permission, I would then fill out the questionnaire. On question 1, we see unanimously adopted a decision that we have proven these facts, and the decision has been taken unanimously. On question number 2, again, we voted for that these facts have been proven, and this decision also has been taken unanimously. On question number 3, we came to the conclusion that Maminov is guilty, and the decision has been taken unanimously. And in this direction that you gave us, you in this procedure, you told us that in case we have doubt, we should take the decision, the verdict, in favor of the accused. In principle, yes, benefit of the doubt, presumption of innocence. If the votes, if they split in half, in case of 12 at 6 by 6, then we take the answer which is reply 435 does not fully comply to the 6 to 6 principle. Is that right? We unanimously adopted question number 3, and question number 4, we took a decision that we should leave it unanswered. Those who voted in favor, they are 5 people. Well, I'm signing the questionnaire. And I suggest we should go back to this audience room so that we could share our voice, our solution, what our verdict would be. Please get up. Well, the jury, I drew your attention to the fact that the law requires that we must return you to your room for conference so that you should discuss question 5 again. In line with the rules for filling out this questionnaire, this 4th question can be left unanswered in case if you gave a negative answer to the 3rd question. If somebody is not guilty, then there's no question of lenience. If he is guilty, you have to look through it. So I would suggest you would right now address it. Please, this should have been done in your conference room. Does he deserve lenience? Who is in for lenience, please? This is where the 6 by 6 split comes from. Actually, we all say that it's like rating vote. And the question on a position that he does not deserve lenience, it raised 4 votes that he deserves on 3 votes. So where are those 6 who did not give the answer they are supposed to give? Okay, let us vote right now. Those who think among the distinguished jury that accused Maminov does not deserve lenience, please raise your hand. Yes. 5 people. Doesn't deserve. Who thinks that he does deserve lenience? Seven. So a decision we took is that he deserves lenience. Thank you very much, the jury. In this way, the maximum punishment that can be given to this is 6 years, 8 months in prison. The position of the prosecution and legal consequences of this verdict, please. Well, the prosecution and the prosecution office took into consideration several circumstances that were found out as we unraveled this crime. First, the accused committed the crime for the first time. Secondly, as he committed the crime, he did not use any, he did not really demand any money from the victim. She did it on her own. He is dangerous for the society. If he's left unpunished, he will be surely committing similar crimes, and he certainly needs to go to the correctional services, so where they should deprive him of the possibility to extort. Fourth, he doesn't have his own property other than the property which was bought by the victim, so he would hardly ever be able to pay a fine. Given all this, the prosecution requests that the court should sentence the accused to 3 years in prison after he has paid into the Russian public 100,000 rubles. What is the opinion of the defense? The defense supports the arguments in a sense that the crime was committed for the first time, and the accused received positive references, but we insist that he is not dangerous for the public. So what we suggest that he should get a suspended sentence. Что-то звука нет. Нет, я слышу, но очень тихо. Ты где-то потерян. This is the fraud. He expected to get a reimbursement for and large fee. And please stand up. We announce the verdict. Having considered the criminal case, the federal court has sentenced to acknowledge him guilty on Article 159 of the Criminal Code of Russia because of fraud, major fraud. It give him 6 years where he should stay in the colony, and he should be fined 150,000 rubles. Before the verdict comes to effect, he should stay in custody, remain in custody. The civil file should not be considered. It can be appealed by as a cassation during 10 days after it has been announced, and he can do it at the same time once he receives the verdict. Thank you. Petr Davidovich, please get up. You're convicted for knowing that Ludmila was saved. You gave this shaman, and for this dubious service, Overlan, you became an owner of the house and landowner. In the same amount, you are really dangerous. You have consistent followers, and your isolation is needed only as a punishment for the fraud, but also to save those whom you have tempted and those whom you have corrupted. And you will receive it today, a copy. I will immediately say that in terms of civic suit, the court has shown some kind of lenience, and she said that she's recalling the civic case, but formally she hasn't denounced it. I interpreted her words in a sense that she doesn't want us to look at this in this case beyond in the scope while we are still considering criminal case. So if you want to, you can still look at it during the civic case consideration. Court adjourns. Thank you. Well, it's time to round up this session. Coffee break cannot await. It's inevitable. So allow me, please, to say a few words, though maybe the sides might want to say something, or what? Or do you entrust me? Well, I will be very brief. First of all, allow me to thank our distinguished jurors for this thoughtful attitude and for this well-thought-of verdict. It has long been since I've seen jury that is so smart. Secondly, certainly the sides for the excellent presentation and preparation for the process, although there was very little time. When I started to work yesterday, I've already said that the prosecutor's speech was like the speech by Spasovich. We had this excellent lawyer, professor of criminal law. He also loved logic and loved to put it all just point by point. And Dmitry Gennadievich has a very perilous speech. It might indeed have easily convinced the jury. I could hardly balance it in my instructed directions to the jury. Well, and certainly again, I want to thank the secretary, and she's also the bailiff who works. We want to thank Marina Sergeyevna, and I want to thank our technician who gave us this something no journalist has ever seen it before. For that matter, there was one English language film with the permission of the Ministry of Justice that is a jury meeting on their illegal weapon carriage, and it took some 3 years, but still they still filmed it, and I do have this film in English. Next time maybe so much for the merit of the case. You looked at how the jury works. Certainly we made very many simplifications, but it's actually very, very similar. Certainly we had to make it more concise, for sure, but it's all very, very close to truth. You can teach students on this, but this is what it looks like. What I would like to draw your attention to particular. And this thought doesn't belong to me, but to Genry Markovich Reznik. He used to say there is no such thing as case that is white or black. They're always grey. And this kind of... some are more intensely grey, others are lighter grey, but the court always interprets it in harsh black and white category. Yes, he is to blame. No, he is not to blame. In this sense, our Femida is not only blind, she is also colorblind. In this sense, you have seen how hard it was for the jury, because again, that something is slightly missing, and they have to take the decision. And I want to tell you that it's very hard to the judges too. It's one thing when you work just on like a conveyor, but a different thing. Is it black or white? Is it blamed or not to blame? Is guilty or not guilty? This is... Yes, I hope you have noticed that the members of the jury, that they're discussing questions not like professional jury, not like professional lawyers, and I think it's rather for the better than for the worse. And you may have noticed that they seem to remember the evidence, they remember what the judge told them, and they demand that you should use exact terminology. This is for lawyers who work like on the conveyor belt. It's all clear, all these questions. What is it, prepayment, like this? Lawyers would have, flown over this. Or what does it mean, I do not see her mount alive? Is it a communication about death or not? The lawyers would be quite clear about it. Aquamarine, Synchrophorozatron, 15 years, okay. Nothing to talk about. Whereas the lawyers' work, it's just like a conveyor belt. Lawyers keep seeing the same people who keep committing the same crimes. And this is their take on this. If it's 100, they're guilty, okay, number 101 and also guilty. Whereas the jury keeps asking questions which we do not ask. And third, certainly, the lawyers who speak in the jury should have a different qualification. First, they should understand how the unprejudiced person thinks, not the judge, for whom everybody is just the same face, but an unprejudiced person, for him this is unique experience. And the prosecution and the lawyer and the judge have to be psychologists. They have to present their story in such a way so that it should be interesting, so that you should remember, look at the officer for the prosecution, he just put it step by step what has happened when. And the jury kept returning to this. It was important for them whether it was on the 21st or 23rd, what came first, what came later. For the lawyers, well, it's all understanded, okay, but for the... So I suppose it's not only instrument of democracy, it's first and foremost a way to create a way to make lawyers more professional. But you have given it a try, you have tried how this bread, I don't know whether you think it's a sweet bread, but it's very interesting. There's something to think about, right? Okay. Indeed, thank you very, very much indeed, because this was an experience that was new not only for our participants in the seminar, but for us too. Because for the school, as a discussion site, certain intellectual interactivity, it's also a new format. And I hope it all worked, and I hope that we shall continue to experiment with this and develop some new situations which might help come up with another picture of the world, not only in theory but in practical terms too. Thank you very much. Coffee break is announced.
Первая часть была просто беснование, ужас.
5 минут раньше срока.
Господи, помилуй. И никак даже не найдут обломки этого самолета. Господи, родственники уж, наверное, бедные, бедные. Ну там же течение глубокие, да, Саша, вот где упал? Самолет упал малайзийских авиалиний, а там течение, он развернулся перед этим. Сначала боялись, что кто-то... В любом случае, люди погибли, ни ответ, ни привет, непонятно, где он. Но он явно погиб. Там же огромное течение, глубина огромная. Там жуть, что творится. Малайзия вообще-то. Ой, горе какое, Господи, что ж творится-то? Эти тоже бесноватые.
Нет, пускай он лучше разберет начало, а потом уже хвалили.
Господи, а что за взрыв в Нью-Йорке-то? Ой, что творится? Не вижу. Количество жертв взрыва в Нью-Йорке возросло до 6. Взрыв жилых домов в Нью-Йорке. 4 человека, 64 ранены. 10 человек без вести. Ну, произошла утечка газа. Что вы хотите, Гарлем? Чего ж там удивляться-то? Чему же удивляться-то там? Там совсем беда. О, Боже мой. Все по грехам нам. В Киеве пытались ограбить банк. Налетчиков Беркута нет, там бы сгонять. Представляете, ну налетчиков задержали, молодцы, не пустили. Потому что сейчас же начнется анархия, сейчас же начнется, понимаете, уголовщина чистой воды. Да, мародерство, ну оно и было там. У меня одноклассник, сокурсник, вернее, там. И вот до них 3 дома не дошли. Ужас, да, ужас. Вот захватившие киевское отделение Укрбизнесбанка сдались, ну, слава богу. А там были пенсии на весь месяц. Ну, то есть вы понимаете сразу, как хорошо, да? А люди в камуфляжах к силам самообороны пришли якобы не грабить, оказывается, они защищать хранилище с деньгами. Ой, не могу, наши люди такие остроумные. Мы, говорит, захватили его, чтобы защищать. Умираю просто от смеха. Прелесть какая.
получается, мне повезло, тут по вечерам круглые столы, они только в 9 часов начинаются, и временем особо не регламентировано. Слушай, вообще нет, я сначала поеду в Сертолово, потому что мне надо заехать денег забрать, потому что у меня техника с доставкой батя будет идти. Вот, я туда, а потом как бы уже... Ну, грубо говоря, вот мы вчера закончили, по-моему, где-то ближе к 11, пока там еще понастраивали технику, попроверили кое-что. В итоге там 11:30 закончили и пошли спать. Ну, я думаю, что сегодня тоже в районе 11 я закончу, поеду сначала в Сертолово. Ну, грубо говоря, давай...
Хорошие деньги. Ох, какие крупные жища. Я в Москве с киркою рано зашел при такой повышенной зарплате. Да?
Ребят, садитесь, пожалуйста, поближе из-за стола и занимайте места свободные. Теперь можно везде, присяжных нет. Присаживайтесь, пожалуйста, за стол. Вот свободные места слева вижу. Там присяжных больше не будет. Можете занимать места их.
Коллеги, пожалуйста, сосредоточьтесь на том, что скажет вам Лена.
So listen to what Lena has to say. Lena, please, what have you got to say? That's he's being facetious. That's how he makes jokes. And there is this public opinion that I don't know, is it public opinion or just it's not public opinion, maybe general opinion rather than public opinion. And so then there's general opinion that something is wrong with the judiciary, with the court system, and with other so legal systems and fundamental rights. And so we are just we are talking about it openly in the lobby, outside the public view, and we saw that the session, and we saw that so the wonderful people of high morality and professionals and experts, and there's a wonderful group of people and researchers, scientists who always do research, continuous research. They've been doing it, and moreover, they offer how, under the existing circumstances, we can improve what we refer to as the institute of any legal society. So then the system of the attorney generals, the bar, and so the court system, the judiciary, and so then on the basis of principles of the rule of law and principles of legality. And then I don't know how it's somehow implemented and realized, but I want just 2 minutes. I want you to say that in a few words. How to do the impossible? Because if we think that the Soviet courts and even the courts of the Russian Empire, so they were just so if they say they were wonderful, that will be wrong, because there are many works dedicated to those subject matters, and if you study them and read them, you will see that Russia so that the legal conscience and with law and order in Russia, the situation was far from being satisfactory. In the Imperial Russia, in the Soviet Russia. And this is what we posit, and then we can conclude it might be quite difficult and challenging and painstaking to move out of this realm and improve the situation, because this is the first institution that needs to be changed and improved, and it's very important. It's vitally important for the honor, dignity of every one of us. And I'd like to give the floor to Ella Paniach, and I suggest that you read her. So get her books from the internet, and I'd like to thank her. That it's very important that she participates in our seminars, not only in St. Petersburg, but she is elsewhere as well, and so please pay special attention to her presentation, The Rule of Law. Thank you. My name is Ella Paniach. I'm a sociologist, and the last several years so I've been involved in the sociology of law and the application of law. And as I'm trying just to understand how in practice the law is applied, and how the institutions that apply law, how they do it. So because I work at the university, at the European University, St. Petersburg, and so are sociologists, so I work at that institute. And so we're sociologists, and then we have economic education as well as a second education. But our methods are sociological methods, because we're not trying just to do the legal analysis of what is happening. So we're trying to see how the system judiciary works in practice. So how the labor relations in court are arranged. Because the court, the judge is the guy just who comes to work every day, and he is on his salary, so he's got the boss, and who is the chair of the court, and so he's not his. So he's just first among the equal, but he's certainly his direct report anyway. And so let's see what are the bureaucratic relationship in a small office, which is, let's say, a court, an average Russian court. So we've been studying what are the stimuli, what are the motivating factors, so that in the in the enforcement system, in the special agencies, so attorney, the investigation committee will deal with it. So then the Attorney General's office will deal with them as well. We study their operations and how they operate. But those guys who we refer to as the special agencies, we so the Ministry of Interior as well. And so at the top of it, there is the court. There is the court. So two instances. So first, so the court that makes rulings on it, and then there are courts that you can appeal, or courts of cassation. So then the first instance courts you can appeal, and the second instance courts. So this is the system. And although I'm not a lawyer, maybe it makes sense to listen to what I have to say. Because what our research is all about, three main projects, is sociology of the law enforcement system, or the Ministry of Interior, so how the special agencies operate. And so, for example, criminal case, a criminal justice system. So we're just watching how the criminal case is investigated. So from the moment that the police found the criminal case, or someone just reported a certain crime to the police, and so, for example, you walk down the street and you see that a person is being beaten up, or so another crime is in progress. So you report the case to the police, or for example, so you buy. Also, for example, you buy drugs and you resell it, and it becomes a crime, and so he becomes a criminal because he resells a drug, for example. So that's it. And then if a person who is in an administrative crime because he's just smoking, so this pot, for example, so. And then, so any case that becomes more and more important, snowballs. It goes through different components of the law enforcement system until it comes to the court, and then the judges as a professional community. We interviewed many judges, and we tried to understand how they work and what kind of people they are, and what are they guided by when they take court decisions. So when they're guided, so how the boss looks at them. Or how much energy and force you have just to contribute to a certain case, and so what court ruling they're ready to carry, and so the values that they're guided by. So because not all values are legal values, or the values of the rule of law. So many judges have this so that people who commit crimes often need to be removed, kept away from the streets. So they see that there's a social danger, social type. So people who are prone to have propensity to a criminal record, and so they need just to be removed. And so, for example, they don't in a communal apartment, so because the neighbors, it's not their fault that they don't want to leave the criminal. That's their attitude. And so we studied the materials. We have more than 100 interviews. So sociological interview, what is it? So that's when you have a list of questions, tentative list that I want to talk about, discuss. And about 40 minutes to 3 hours, we sit together and we just discuss. It's not in the questionnaire, it's just an open discussion. He's talking to us. How his work is organized, how life is organized, and when he thinks about it. But then analyzing all these discussions, stories, so we analyze them special sociological methods that allow them not only just to take what he said at face value, or just catch him lying, but kind of to reconstruct so how his personal professional world is organized, who is important for him, who is not. For example, so the defendant, important or not? Then prosecuting attorney, important or not? Lawyer, defense lawyer, important or not? And this is very important to delineate, to get the general idea, the bird's eye view, big picture of what's valuable, what's not. And so when not every worker at the Attorney General's office so is responsible, is important. So then, for example, so the aggrieved party, so he sees him for the first time, but the defense lawyer, he sees him every day. So that's different attitude, difference important that that the judge attaches. So are you playing into the hands of the prosecuting attorney, or to the procurator, for example, attorney general? Are you playing into his hands? Are you helping him, trying to curry favor with him or not? For example, so we collect the statistics of all special agencies, and it's published. So there are some materials that are published, but if you so they publish certain materials, certain the court publishes, or other, just the Ministry of Interior publishes certain materials. You analyze, you take in PDF files format, so you get information and try to distill it, to filter it, and then so they publish a lot of data. By the way, that we need just to find the properly streamline it. So we were polling the judges, and so then we have a sample. We sampled some court cases, criminal cases from the database of the court. The courts publish all their rulings, all their verdicts. They are very, very often, and even more often than in the recent times. So they use. So they use a special method, not to be able to evaluate the quality of their decision, because so they are resorting to the own personal data. So they say this is all secret, so I cannot divulge this information. That's it, and so this is not time consuming. So that's a good protection for them, because they cannot actually get to the bottom of the matter, understand so whether the decision was right or wrong, and was fair or unfair. So, for example, you don't even know just what you're talking about, because they changed the name. So the court ruling actually sometimes mirrors the verdict. And so every time, so one of the protagonists in the case will have different names, and you don't even know who they are talking about. But it's not just only just to hide a mistake, the court mistake. But it's done. So they're trying just to make everything anonymous. So if you go visit the site of your court, so if a journalist wants to get to the truth, so then there's a chance that they will never be able just to find. So you may understand or may not understand, depending on how it's displayed. If you go to your court site and you see this type of anonymity, it means that they do not want you to understand what the rulings are, what the verdicts are. It means that they make bad work of it. But if they're honest and they're writing correctly, then it's we suggest the court is right. And then then we had the information. So 1.5 years worth of all criminal cases are collected in database, but it's coded. Although this database exists, and it's a bureaucratic card that is used to see how the case is progressing, because eventually it ends in court. So this is more representative. The bigger database, so a year and a half worth of cases, and a huge database. But it's not perfect from the viewpoint of what we can get from it, because sometimes we refer to our own sampling. And then then the lawyers, we started just only to interview lawyers, because we want to understand their points of view, what's happening, how they behave, how they feel, and we just only beginning to interview them as well. So this is the list of the materials that I'm going to rely on in my presentation. Then how the Russian judiciary is organized. So if you probably it's this information may be tried for you, but usually so the audience is always divided into those who know it better and those who don't have the biggest idea of how the system works. So so the biggest the judiciary, so it's called the general jurisdiction system. It has 4 levels. So we have the higher court at it, so we have the court department. So the court department is bureaucratic system infrastructure that takes care of everyday financing needs, maintenance, the course reporting. So just like because it's an institution that needs to be run. So buying chairs, tables, stationery. On the other hand, so they collect statistics from the courses. So they just keep that database of all the cases that they consider, not only criminal, but other cases as well. And then the statistics, then the higher courts, so they make conclusions as to whether the lower instance courts work well or not. So we have constituent units of the Russian Federation and courts there, and then the second level is the level of the regional courts or administrative district courts. And this is about 35,000 judges, 35,000 judges. Then besides, in Russia, there exists the 4th level of the judiciary, general jurisdiction, which is the judges of the peace. The judges of the peace, they're independent, so they're independent. They have their own administration, so court clerk and the supporting agent. So he sits separately, and then he gets financing separately, and so he's not related. He's divided from the general jurisdiction courts. But these peace judges, once they appeared, then the system of general jurisdiction actually pulled them under. And so now they became dependent on the system of the general jurisdiction courts. So like the courts of the constituent units of the Russian Federation. So that's so they can impose their will on other regional courts, smaller courts that they are direct supports, direct reports. Then the judges of peace, the peace judges, so they consider small criminal cases. So then the gravity of the criminal case is determined by the top sanction. So if the article has a certain range, so the fine or half a year of imprisonment, then this half a year of imprisonment determines that that is going to be a light, not grave crime. But so then the crime, non-grave crimes, so they're considered by the judges of the peace, and so the majority of administrative cases are judged by them. So then the administrative courts, regional courts of average gravity and the grave crimes, starting from the measure of restraint of so 8 years of imprisonment. So they are just heavy, so grave crimes, and so the special gravity crimes, so they go immediately to the higher instance courts. And each instance is an appellate instance related to the court which is right under them. And so the decision of the federal court, you don't. So then immediately you appeal to the next court in line. So the higher. So then the higher court is certainly is the end, the final instance. After that, there is nowhere to go. So then simultaneously there exists the system of the commercial courts. So commercial courts, so they consider debates between companies and the state. So with the oversight commissions, etc. So they go to the commercial courts. Then there are cases where citizens bring charges against an organization that is considered at commercial courts. I'm not going to go there. Then the commercial courts, courts of arbitration, so they're famous because the majority of their clients are companies, those who know how to protect themselves, those who will hire a lawyer, specialists in their own specialty, and in the business that they're doing. are involved in. So they will certainly invest in collecting proper evidence, etc. Cases are quite convoluted, and so the defendants know how to defend themselves, even if the claimant is the state and the defendant is company. Still, they do know how to protect themselves. And so this system was much better than the system of the general jurisdiction, with better judges, more qualified in commercial courts, and so then they are more impartial, and they don't just play into the hands of the state. They are impartial, transparent, and so they are less corrupt, and they're more qualified judges in many respects. So this system of commercial courts is much smaller, because there was the higher court of a commercial court, and the bottom is the commercial court of the constituent unit of the Russian Federation. So you see this system, because the judge, so the lowest commercial court is equal to the court of the constituent unit of the Russian Federation, general jurisdiction, and so usually, so they are very skilled and knowledgeable. And so this system now is being hunted down. So then it's kind of the hostile takeover. So on the part of the general jurisdiction court, trying just to gobble them up, commercial courts, and it has nothing to do with any decisions that we think are the negative points of the judiciary system of the law. This is the hostile takeover. So the commercial courts are being taken in by the so both sides now they hate each other's guts, and so they so because the general jurisdiction is tens of thousands of judges, and so then the commercial courts is only 1,000 judges, and certainly it's quite easy for a big company to take over a small company, and so everyone is afraid what to do, and this is what is happening, and both sides are unhappy. So the big are afraid of the small, and the small are afraid of the big, and they need to merge, and this, which is not very. Then simultaneously, so there is a closed system of military courts. I'm not going to talk about them; they have nothing to do with us. So let's see now this legal burden. So in Russia, they consider they try, and they try the exact figure in 2012, the number of cases tried, and how it changes the time number-wise. But we need to remember, keep in our mind that 1 million criminal cases are tried, and they're going down. And about 10 million civil cases are tried, and the number is going down too, although the number of civil cases was on the rise. And so now look, so the citizens begin to trust the judiciary, and 5 million administrative cases are tried annual. So that's usually in the by the judges of the peace. So then criminal cases make up 30% of the work burden of workload of a judge, 33%. So one criminal case is much more time-consuming, labor-intensive than the civil case, and but then 3 million different materials. So then search, then getting the permission to bug your cell phone, and getting permission to search your apartment, so to see where you move and how, just to watch your movement. And so then the petition to change a measure of restraint and take you in custody. And so that's another decision about the extension of the prison term. And so if there's not enough time just to clear up your case. So besides is so complaints against the judges, etc. So there are many things that I don't want to discuss right now. For example, a petition from the prisoners that want to be paroled, or or probated. And so what about the statistics of the court vis-a-vis the citizens? So if we just rule out so the cases where the Attorney General just is not participating, because when the citizens go against other citizens, there are three articles of the court. So two of them have to do with so beating each other up and then the insults. As you know, this libel, the third one, and so then the Attorney General office is not involved. So 2 out of 1,000 cases end up with acquittal. With acquittal when the court says not guilty. But you see, 91% of petitions about taken into custody, and 97% is growing about the extension of the imprisonment time until clarifying these sources and then considering the searches and bugging, etc. So 96%. So these petitions of the special agencies and how to infringe, they're infringing the rights of the citizens. And then, although only 11% of the complaints of the citizens against special agencies are granted, so 15% is probated, and all petitions related to the improvement of the conditions of the citizens, the same percentage. So if the special agencies hate them, then if the special agents don't care, so then they let the citizens be happy. Yeah.
So this is the kind of statistics that we're looking at. Certainly not 98%. The judges are generally oriented towards the previous history of the biography of the particular person. Those who have been under custody before the court, only a very small percentage did not get a prison term. These 5% is my estimate. I have tried to see, and this 5% can only be 2 or 7. Of those who had not been under custody, only 10% were sentenced. So the courts are quite severe. Only 1/4 of all defendants are sentenced to prison. And even though none are acquitted, or very few persons are acquitted, 20% of all cases are terminated for non-rehabilitating reasons. So the courts like to reconcile the parties, but 2 conditions need to be met. First of all, the offense needs not to be heavy, and to requalify an average offense into a medium offense into a heavy offense, it is quite easy. If you had ever opened a file, you would see how the particular act is described. A particular act, medium or severe. If an act has been committed as part of the group, then of course the act is immediately qualified as severe, and pretty much every degree of severity usually have 3 to 4 partitions. One can be non-severe, the other is medium, and the third one being the severe. This is a standard structure of any criminal code article. Once the court, once the investigator has a suspicion that the particular person, that some others had known about the intents of the particular person and had helped him, that might well lead the investigator into assuming that the offense had been committed as part of an organized group. You may imagine that if somebody had gotten an additional statistical point, and if you had been able to investigate an organized crime, then of course would definitely be advantageous for your career as an investigator. Hence, there is this tendency of the investigators to requalify the offenses into an organized crime, or an. On the other side, of course, any case has to have the second condition is that there has to be a plaintiff. With every year, the courts consider less and less cases with the actual plaintiff or the actual. Let us take the taxation, the fiscal cases. By the way, the courts of law are not to be blamed for what they're given to consider. It is that the law enforcement agencies have their own view as to how to qualify the cases. Well, first of all, most of crimes are, of course, household related crimes, and people mostly know who have beaten them or who have stolen from them. So people may express empathy, compassion, and stop helping the investigation. The plaintiff may have his or her own version of the events as distinct from what the investigator would like to enter into the file. So there are a number of other circumstances which make it more difficult for the investigations and the law enforcement agencies to act and to cooperate with the plaintiffs. So a plaintiff is usually not a convenient actor. Let us take the example of domestic violence. When wife calls the police and the police comes and sees that even though they would have liked to litigate, but in most cases the wife would usually back out of the case. So in most of the world countries, including Russia, the domestic violence is usually very poorly investigated offense with low court perspectives. When we're talking about 40 to 50%, we're talking about the two different options, because not in every case do we see a plaintiff. So there are many cases when the actual case is stopped for non-rehabilitating reasons. So the judge may and would recognize the defendant as guilty, then the defendant has to compensate the damage, and the plaintiff is then expresses his or her satisfaction. The prosecuting lawyer is content, the investigator is content, and the case has been won by the prosecuting side, and the defendant does not go to prison, which is good for that person. About 1/4 of all cases end up with and that's the orange sector in this circle. The orange sector are the cases with other outcomes, mainly damage compensation, fines, some percentage of the work to be paid. And if after such a arbitrary, the damage compensation is about damage compensation. They usually are never substituted with the real sentence. Let us take a look at all the levels of crime which make it possible for people, for parties to reconcile. This last pillar here, about half of these cases, the parties are reconciled. What do we see here? These are non-severe offenses. These are medium severe. So we can see that between this sort, the more severe the crime, the more often do the parties reconcile. Is this not surprising? And the district judges are more severe. But indeed, the more severe the offense, the more often the parties reconcile. In my view, this tells us that it is not the parties which reconcile, but the judges, out of their interest not to get into quarrel. The courts generally understand, that the judges understand that prisons do not reform anybody. And they understand that what prison makes with people, with their health, and if the judges have a way out, not to annoy or vex the prosecutor's office, the higher is the chance that they would prefer not to send the person to prison. This so much so for the cases which end up with the guilty sentences. What do we see here? These are non-severe offenses, and a very low share, about 60% of cases end up with a guilty verdict. And for the district judges, the more severe is the offense with the particular category, the less likely it is that the guilty verdict would be taken. And up to 8 years, sentences are still given to by the district judges. But then in the other category, we can see that the guilty sentences go up to 99%. So, in other words, the judges, they do not want to send to prison those of whose guilt they are not sure. But in those cases, when there is no way to reconcile the parties, they just actually follow the lead of the prosecutor's office, and the guilty verdicts go up all the way to 100%, almost to 100%. Here you may take a look at the share of the conventional sentences. 5 and 6 is the highest threshold. These are the cases with the medium offenses. And we can see a leap from 30 to higher than 50%. So we have the severe offenses with over half of the sentences being conventional. We have cases with about 50% of all cases, say with murder, for the actual sentences to be arbitrary. So when the last resort is for the judge not to quarrel with the prosecutor's side, they start awarding the conventional terms. Who is an average statistical Russian judge? 31 years of age. That's what the statistic tells us. And this is not a limitation by age. This is just you have to have several years of lawyer's practice for at least 5 years after you've graduated from a law school. So that explains why the earliest age or the youngest age is about 31 years. Then you may work for about 5 years as a lawyer, and then you can take. Then you may take your exam. What is this exam about? These are primarily not about the interpretation of the law, but actually of how you can cope with the responsibilities of a judge. After that, you are appointed, which at some point becomes very obscure, because your file is taken to the security bodies, where your candidacy may well be vetoed. Then your file goes to the commissions, where the waters are really very obscure, and we don't even know what is happening with your file at these stages. And after that, formally, the judges are appointed by the president. It is a huge volume like that, which has several lines about each judge who is being appointed. Then the president signs this. Then the chairman of the court, a presiding judge, has to be found to find job. How does this happen? It happens in such a way that the regional judge calls you and asks if you'd like to take an exam in the district court. Who does the presiding judge of a subject of a federation know? He would have knowledge of the person from the local law enforcement bodies, from the local siloviki, or the law enforcement bodies, or the prosecutor's office. So the two largest groups of judges are those who have only worked for a very short time, who have worked in the court apparatus for about 5 years, and might have been working as clerks and had graduated from a law school. So this might well be a 30-year person. And there are those who work as the assistant to the judge. And out of the chancellery of the particular court, this person may rise to the position of a judge. So indeed, the version and then, of course, a whole number of documents are being perused by the particular judge. And of course, in most cases, when such young judges come to the court, they may well be too young or poorly trained. So the prosecutor's side, if you had ever seen how the prosecutor sometimes are totally discredit themselves because they don't know the case. So it is extremely rare that a prosecutor might have participated in the investigation of a particular case, but it is not provided for in an organizational way. So the judge only relies upon what he or she have learned from this very thin file on the particular case that they're given. Let us get back to our future judge. So this lady is analyzing these cases. And sometimes she's a secretary, and she may even write a verdict for the judge, even though this is illegal. But there are cases when the presiding judge in 5 years may well believe that a particular secretary who has been working within the court's chancellery for the past 5 years is well prepared to become a judge. And then this person is recommended, and the person may well become the arbitrary, might become the court of arbitration, or become the judge in the same court, or even be recommended to some other district. This is 1/3 of all judges in this country. Another third are those who have worked for about 20 years within the Prosecutor General's office or the Interrogator's office. There are about half to half of the judges who have come out of the police and the prosecutor's office, but you have to realize that the prosecutor's office is much smaller than the police. And then they are asked, the prosecutors, having worked for 20 years, are asked to take an exam, which is quite difficult for them. Why is it that every security officer wants to become a judge in the end of his or her career? Having worked for 5 years as a judge, he or she may retire at the age of 48 and receive the judge's pension and all privileges, which are quite incompatible with what the particular person may well receive from the prosecutors, because the pensioners from the prosecutor's office, don't be fooled, are not particularly wealthy in this country. So the rest, the third third, 1/3 are the judges coming from the Bar Association or otherwise other jurists. So 1/3 of all judges in this country are mostly people from the prosecutor's office, and about 1/3 of all cases in this country are criminal cases. Do you believe that the presiding judge would assign a clerk who has been working at the chancellery of the court for 5 years, or would a presiding judge prefer a judge coming from the prosecutor's office to take up the case? clearly, the prosecutor, the people, the judges with their past experience in the prosecutor's office would most probably take up the case, a criminal case. So we're seeing a situation when there's an extremely tight connection relationship between the people of the people who have either been clerks, who have been just led a very closeted life within the system itself, or else people coming from the prosecutor's offices. Now, what does it entail? If we have judges whose priorities are pretty much divided between supporting the prosecutor's office, who do you think would be acquitted? So here is the result of the studies of Vadim Volkov and Alexander Skugarevsky. This is a big statistical study on the basis of the general law. And you can see at those you can see that the people from the security bodies are very seldom under trial. Then the next one is the entrepreneurs, because this is less than 1% of acquittals. So this is statistically negligible. And finally, the physical workers, the students, and the so-called marginal, vulnerable members of the society who are unemployed or do not have their homes, as well as the drunkards, drug addicts, and so on and so forth. So when the judges see such persons, they do not even think that they should think about the guilt. They presume the guilt of the person, of the defendant. So the entrepreneurs here are not a privileged group, and this is a very interesting point. So a private person is not. What does this mean? This means that in criminal cases, the judges tend to protect those who may cause a problem for the judge, such as, say, the prosecutor's office may well appeal. And the prosecutor's office, by the way, has the largest portion or share of appeals. The judge is always trying to preclude a situation when his or her verdict would be appealed by the prosecutor's office. There's a legend that if the verdict has been appealed and turned down, then it might well be caused by the corruption, and the judiciary is, of course, terrified by the accusations in corruption.
It's clear that this way justifies the pressure that is put on the judges, so that they should not return a verdict against the prosecution which can appeal against it. But another level of motivation then, given this thing, the reluctance to sentence those who can resist, those who have a good lawyer, who have enough money to, again, against those who can appeal. Again, in a civic process, this leads to judges simply, they judge in favor of privilege. This is a classical Marxist picture. Those who can again appeal, go against, can go to higher, they do it, without a fee, much sooner rather than because of corruption. I'm not going to tell you something. A federal judge does not look like somebody who lives just on his salary. I'm talking to this lady. She's 15 years younger than me. She talks to me from just. She feels that her status, just like an office clerk. She just passed the exams with ladies like me, and I have problems just somehow to show off my low status of a person who is asking, tell me please, what is the situation like? Sociologists have to do it, so that she did not report to you like somebody who knows better than you do what goes on. I rather tell you just condescendingly, like somebody who doesn't understand anything about expertise. This is what, with judges of peace especially, I find it hard. I'm just sharing my perception with you, and one can see that somebody just traveled on foot, walked on foot, didn't travel on Mercedes, and they're just dressed, which reflects their salary, their income. I don't have this perception of wholesale corruption among judges. It's because they have enough other stimuli when they behave like corrupt, although they have not been paid. They take one-sided decisions in favor of the stronger, because the strongest can go against them and start a procedure of appeal, which would take and it's every time they will be under this peril of poor statistics when many of their verdicts were appealed against, because they are suspected in corruption, and the more standard, more typical is the verdict they return, the fewer are chances that they will be accused of corruption, because of this circumstances. To write a justification, it would take physically, in terms of time, much longer than to write an accusation, because accusative, it's very easy. You copy-paste, and you say that the judge agrees with the arguments of the prosecutor's office. In some, they really do copy-paste. It's quite typical. Not necessarily the case, but you see, it's simple and yet fast. But justification will be viewed under just magnification glass. That's why you have to give every explanation. You must look at every argument of the prosecution. That's why knowledgeable judges have more cases when they explain why you disagree, why they. Okay, so because we are working in contrary because of presumption of innocence, because this benefit of doubt, we just turn it the other way around. We must move away any doubt that any argument, we as a judge now, to be confident that take away any doubt that the arguments of the prosecution can in principle be right. So this is the structure where the judge works. So sentences of acquittal are fewer. And because law enforcement works in this manner, because they also have this, they'll try to go to court. So what do they want? So that their cases should be heavier, so there would be no victims, or they can, so that the just the accused should be somebody like heavy drinking or a man without permanent residence or anybody who can say, look, he's an alcoholic, so that the judge should believe that, yes, this person could have committed this crime. The case should be standard in a sense that it would be easy to commit, and so that the judge should not have to really care. And it's simple. 90% of the cases, 92% of the cases, they have acknowledgements where well, in these cases, it's easy because the accused admitted his guilt, and then he doesn't have to look at the merits of the cases, although nobody really stands in the way of his giving the accused benefit of the doubt. And then, prosecutor, the judges are sure that this case has been tested and reviewed by 3 lawyers, by the prosecutor, by the operative investigator. Although the last person, it's really this investigator who looks at whether he's to blame, he writes to these official superior authorities. So if you want a detailed response, please, I can only say you can go for to our report. So this factor of appeal, they see it as a conveyor where they just formally have to check formal merits of the paper when they of this case, whether everything is in place, all the seals and files are in place, are the papers filed that support the version of the prosecution, but he doesn't have to look into the merits of the case. What are the problems that we see here? What are the problems that lead to this problem? First, its dependence of a judge is a situation when the chairman of the court is the boss, who is really appointed from the top, and who really determines things which really your boss, in any he determines. Nobody can fine a judge, but you can take away his bonus, and bonus is half of his salary that you get. He's independent, so you cannot fine him, but you can take his bonus away. Judges of the chairman of the court selects the judges as per agreement from the chairman of the court of the Russian Federation. So the chairman of the court can easily fire the judges. That can really happen. I'm taking so long in my talk. And it is, he determines whether you will feel comfortable at work and how long will you work, whether you will get an aid if, say, you have one fewer, if you have many laborious affairs cases which will give you little statistic, because each of them would be very difficult, and in terms of reporting your data would be the worst. Or he will give you such cases that he will just rubber stamp very fast and things will be fine. Who will work on a Saturday and Sunday? They have the just judge on duty, say, where one of the judges is supposed to stay on the day, be available. Well, in case, all emergencies such as law enforcement people, they want to have a section for search. So somebody must be there. They want to put in custody somebody. So if your chair doesn't like you, then you will be always on duty on Sunday. And so as a boss, it's a great thing that depends. Our judges are dependent not on the executive government, no. It's that any cases where there is opinion, say, where the executive government has or the president, is just a museum case thing. There's only one person in the court who will be entrusted with all things. If the chairman of the court, it will be himself. If he's not an honest man, he will appoint somebody else. And if they take bribes, then he will be the one who takes bribes, usually the only one. And it's not necessarily the case. Not necessarily each court can be blamed for taking. On the other side, law enforcement, yes, another point. It's not so much that the judiciary depends on executive. It's not really the case where somebody's interests are at stake. It's rather than each individual judge depends on the chairman of the court. So when the prosecution actually almost chooses and handpicks who will be there, who might have just taking away people who may be pro-law, and this fear of appeals, which is ridiculous because the pyramid of appeal and cassation exists exactly. And the only reason, say, if it was, say, corruption or crime, then, you know, it should have been run in a different manner. In terms of, you know, crime, even law enforcement have to fight it. And another story, they're terribly overworked. They have so much to do at work because there is this belief that the judge is supposed to read through the case instead of be the chair at this competitive, and where he just is, which is the case in every competitive legislation system. But since they have little time left, and the requirement that they should be very detailed in their verdict, that's why they're terribly overworked with paper, and therefore it's impossible to look at the merits of the case. You physically have no room, and that's why you have to retain your verdict on very simple things such as, will it be less or more trouble to me? Another problem is alliance of judges with the law enforcement. Whatever is said there, well, I've already told you. A judge is a friend of the prosecution for the state, and the prosecution has a very targeted strategy to send the same prosecutor to the judge with whom they enjoy best relations, and so on. It means the prosecution office keeps an eye on it, so that each specific judge, especially when it's an important case, to send exactly with whom they don't want to quarrel. They're personally in contact at all times. And what about the defense, first of all? The defense do not take part in this case, which in point of fact is being read out by he only reads the lawyer for the defense can request that something should be filed there, but it is the investigator who can simply refuse him this request, since the law enforcement just pre-selects defenseless and doesn't want to persecute strongly those people who can resist. They don't have any resources, they don't have any knowledge, they don't understand how to behave. They have an appointed lawyer, and an appointed lawyer in Russian practice, in point of fact, it's invited by the investigator. What does it look like? Just when they make him an accused, that is, he was detained, say, or whatever, and he had a talk with people from the police, and for some reason they think they can start criminal proceedings, and this policeman has to convince the investigator, then you can start criminal case, and this will be matter of the statistics reporting. Then investigator revises the materials that the policeman did, says, okay, I'm opening criminal prosecution. Okay, there are different actors. For example, first you're a witness, that's why there are no processual rights. We'll talk to you just as a witness, but let us keep it aside. And I think at this time, you're supposed to get a lawyer. If you have a lawyer, which of you has a lawyer, whom you call immediately if you are detained? Well done. What a well-qualified audience here. I suppose some 20% of people here. Some 30%. Some 30%. Светочка, выключите, пожалуйста. Выключите. Выключите, да. It's incredibly many people. Again, it's not even less than half. Here we have people who understand that this can happen to them just because of their high social activity. We don't know how many people, in terms of percentage, have a for-fee lawyer. We want to find it out in our products, but we don't have this data yet. But the overwhelming majority, I think it's more than 90%. It's just, I cannot confirm it with any data, but it's just my perception as I talk to law enforcement. The overwhelming majority, they don't have a ready-made lawyer. What does an investigator do? He calls one of those lawyers who work on Article 51. That is the law that requires that they should provide for pro bono a lawyer. In a big city, there are good lawyers who work pro bono. Somewhere further away from, it will be just special category of who are making money just on, and they say, okay, you should make friends. For this is done, they either do it to get some experience or just for their own whatever agenda. And I'm sure that many of you have friends among lawyers, and you might be upset about what I say right now, but statistically, majority of lawyers for the defense who work, when they're appointed, they are somebody else. Let me share with you. Okay, my colleague from the Institute just interviewed some lawyers for the defense, and they wanted to see in the terms of snowball technique. And we interview our friends, some acquaintances. We ask, could you recommend somebody? And what it turned out is the community of lawyers for the defense who belonged to a group of our friends are not overlapping with those who work exclusively by appointment. It means that one barrister with good sends to somebody else who is as active and as good as him. Then he sends to somebody else, and when you ask him, look, do you know somebody, at least somebody who works like this? We know that they are a majority. Either says, no, I don't know, or he says, sorry, I don't know, but I don't have any relations. I cannot ask him so to be interviewed by a sociologist. These are two so you can't get among them respondents from that. This is the most trivial thing we have found out about the lawyer community for this time. And they are very different people. We must say that there are lawyers for the defense who just come to the investigator and just sign a whole heap of cases. There are others who say, we just help the investigation by, say, making somebody admit their guilt. This is just stories about such defense lawyers, given this as high wall, but I cannot guarantee, but I promise to you, is that instead, is that the lawyer works for the actions that were initiated by the state, where they just by law, the presence of the defense lawyer is required. The investigator invites a defense lawyer and he gets paid for this. That's it. When they talk about the matter whether he should be detained, put in custody, the lawyer gets paid for this. It's just certainly a hearing. He gives some sort of advice and consultations to his client, but in terms of getting information, getting such as references from work and so ever, to do something, to do something in favor of his client. Going beyond this, he doesn't have to because it's not paid. Just think how often it's done. So this is something that determines the outcome of most cases. What I'm telling you right now, it's not relevant for these cases about which you have read in newspapers, for these high-profile cases, for political agenda cases with a major corruption, where they find out matters, say, of government and power. They follow very different scenarios. But 1 million criminal cases per year that are decided in all cases against the accused, following these mechanisms. Indeed, our institute, we wrote an analytical paper how you can reform courts. And it doesn't seem to me very constructive what the regime might do so that its courts should be more independent than him and less repressive. I think that I don't suppose it's constructive. That is why I will now talk what the public can demand, so that somewhat change the behavior of the courts that we have in place right now, what they are, as is. Our analytical memo about the independence of courts is also posted at the website of our institute. Please read it, and I suppose that we are suggesting very interesting things. Okay, what can you demand of such courts with such structural limitations that they have right now? Nobody really cares that courts put in detention several 100,000 people who are people without permanent residence, hobos. But it's not really good for anybody. It's just horrible waste of human lives, and even given this, it's really shameful to mention that, for that matter, it's also wasting a huge amount of money by taxpayers. Something can be done right now to change the procedure for appointing courts, to take away the prosecution from decision-making process, where the person can be a judge or not. Those who are professionally party in the adversarial case, they can do. We should, let's pay double to the judge, but let's give him bonuses. He won't have regional or whatever surplus or whatever. And indeed, let him stop being or her being dependent on the chairman of the court. Then an evaluation of the judge, but depending on the number of cancelled cases, we must move away from this idea of corruption. And the very case that the judge may have cancelled some case, or maybe he's alcoholic, or maybe he's corrupted, or whatever, or maybe he gets most difficult cases and he makes mistakes more often than others. This should not be the reason for persecuting. The judges. I will say something queer now. To me, it seems to me, it's enough to do a very simple thing. It's enough to codify the right of the superior courts to return special verdicts that say that he was either did not work in good faith or he was not competent. Well, let them put it explicitly that here we think that it's not the matter of bona fide mistake. Then all other mistakes will be automatically by default thought that they have been made by bona fide. This is how it works in the system. The changes in terms of terms, modern judicial system in Russia is absolutely stupid about the terms. They may have the the judge may be reprimanded if the case was reviewed more over than 6 weeks. If you have 2 sessions, 2 meetings, okay, you're already taking a risk to get into poor statistics with this minus. And this helps. That's why all the courts just don't want to lose time on looking into the merits of the case, even if they want to. Not include into the so that law enforcement people won't go to courts to become judges just to get a good pension. For this reason, you have to divide this legal track record that a person has when he works when he works in, say, prosecution or law enforcement, and judges, they usually retire before 45, so they don't need to count, okay? That you know that in point of fact, the average retirement age is 48. At that formally, it's 50 and 55. Why? Because a vast number of people who enjoy some benefits where they count every year of their track record as 2, and when they're mature and people, very healthy and very ready to work another 20 years, they can retire. And this works for law enforcement, amongst other things. To introduce some quarantine, I don't know what to do, so that they do not directly move from this person was prosecutor, then he becomes a judge. Don't let him just move the next day after he retires into the chair of the judge and his former colleagues, so that they, should not defend the same cases which just 3 days ago, when he was still in office, he tried to defend this position when he was prosecution. You don't need to change any law. If even for prosecution they change this, if they wanted to appeal against the decision of such a court, if it were not for free at all, okay, at least if they needed to obtain a signature of their supervisor, of their superior, then they would not have to appeal against dozens of cases. Maybe an alternative to this, where they have target indicators. Okay, say, have appeals as many as your citizens appealed against last year. They still have this enforcement system, they still have quotas. Why is it, don't make this quota not dependent on what was last year, but rather make it dependent on the statistics that are still collected and so on. And just for the public, no appeals to the government or whatever. Informal contacts between judges and prosecution, this is strictly speaking illegal in Russia. Journalists are not speaking against it for one reason, because they don't understand how harmful and detrimental and counterproductive that is. Just to keep it in your mind, to pay attention at such cases and print and write about them in this press that is still left. They're really fearful that they will be exposed. They're strongly upset when their names are mentioned in the press and abused in press. I'm much less convinced about recommendations about the defense, because we're just beginning to study it. Maybe I will in a year say that it's all wrong. But so far, I believe that what is good, a measure to give the defense the right to file any materials to the case. They should not require the permission by the investigation. If our judges have this corporate culture and that they require that they need to read the case instead of listening to this adversarial process, let then both sides file documents. Just file in their comments, their documents, and so on. He may return his own conclusion and finding on this matter if he's keen to do it. What should the public do? They like to support those whom they feel sorry for. Whom are we sorry for? Those who are persecuted for politics, those who look cute, those who have done something that we like, those who have provoked our pity, like Lev Farber. Well, okay, why are they persecuting a teacher? These courts are not afraid of this at all. If they had at least one small chance that normal good lawyer for the defense and the attention of the journalists would be seen in a very, randomly used, chosen accused, they would surely, they're really very cowards. They're cowards. I can't find any other word. They would be very upset. And to influence the behavior, it means just collect little money and then spend it so that the normal law on the defense would be hired for this hobo whom they don't even think whether he is guilty or not. This costs much cheaper than supporting a high-profile case, because a high-profile case, the decisions, the verdicts are pre-decided. In these cases, they're not pre-decided. Nothing but the conviction by the judge that nobody will check him up. In the same way, he will say, okay, it's certainly a dangerous thing. Okay, I will switch on my mind here. Okay. Nothing or nobody can stand in his way here. And that would produce a much better effect for the judicial system, and it will give also effect for high-profile cases, because if high-profile cases are reviewed so badly, why can the judges do it? Because they are accustomed to doing it as usual, and they don't see anything special or bad about this. If every day you abuse or you simply neglect and ignore the benefit of the doubt, and every day you serve under the prosecution office and you make very dubious accusation verdicts, then why should make this privilege this only case in your career where this is where your bosses want you to do it? No good reason. If we could just change this common practice, it would be much harder to support this practice in corrupt cases and in high-profile cases. Again, the corrupt character of the court system is overrated by journalists as a rule. As a rule, they behaved as corrupt, not because they're given money, but because there are other stimuli to behave as if they had been bribed. And in a typical case, so in St. Petersburg, there is this practice where the lawyer for the defense is appointed, and he's just selected randomly. He telephones the bar of the lawyers for the defense, and they just cast a die and to see. But really, in St. Petersburg, you must invent something.
These are the kinds of things that you have to try, think up, or else to invent some sort of a functional substitute. Either from above or from below. So much for what I had to say today. This is more of a proposal to treat hepatitis with enema, because we're talking about a very a system where we have to have a competitive political regime in the first place before we could ever talk about the reform of the judiciary. But it seems to me that at least this recipe may prompt some ways out. Colleagues, I'm sure that you are so impressed by the information that El Panier has delivered that it would be hard for you to formulate your questions. Besides, in the end, I've been saying to myself as to how should I make this apology. The actual understanding by us of the by the experts is how to stimulate a thought, how to stimulate us to think, to make us deliberate about the kind of the court system where we live. We have to be, and we are, very thankful to the expert for this great session. Thank you.
Ну, прошу прощения, очень много информации, заболталась.
Это нет, это самое главное на самом деле. Коллеги, 25 минут перерыва. Коллеги, пожалуйста, присаживайтесь. Пришла пора высекать искру из законодательного, законотворческого процесса. Сейчас мы будем представлять очередного спикера вдвоем, потому что Лена знает нашего спикера примерно 15 дней, а я примерно 10 лет. Вот, и...
Ты знаешь даже больше.
Да, но
я не
начнете...
15.
Ну, 20, хорошо.
I've known speaker for 10 years, and she knows her only 10 days. Okay. This is what I wanted to say about you. So the form and irony of Andrei Alexandrovich forces everyone who knows him to love him all the time. Yes, and feed him well, right? Yeah. So the irony makes him lovable. But I want to say that Andrei thinks that I don't read at all, but I do read. I'm well read, by the way. If you happen to know. And when Andrei, so this lady visited us, visited with us, and so this little girl was, her daughter was standing next to her, and I saw her, and I liked her, and I saw her temperament, and I think that. So then the subject matter is very properly formulated, because I really have no idea how the modern process of lawmaking can generate any sparks. So it's certainly based on temperament, expertise, knowledge, and profession. Because I look at the lawmaking process and I see no sparks there. So in my life, there was an episode when I worked at a certain company that was dealing with the expert examination of legislative acts, bills, and this organization, we jointly with Ekaterina worked together, and so I know her very well. She knows exactly how to make sparks out of the lawmaking process, and then we kind of departed our ways, because Katerina hid herself under the last name that I did not know, and so we met again today, and I would recommend to listen to her. And Catherine, I knew her as Katya Zaslavskaya, by the name of Katya Zaslavskaya. Now her last name is her husband's last name, and so the floor is yours, and I'm happy that our paths crossed again. Thank you very much. After such a wonderful presentation, so I see it's a double honor just to talk to such respectable audience, and this first time here. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and for me it's a valuable opportunity. If everything goes well, hopefully not the last one. Ekaterina Shulman is my name. I'm a politologist, and I study the lawmaking process, but not from the viewpoint of political conditions. And for some strange reason, among Russian politologists, so there are no people who, only lawyers speak about that, or the lawyers who work in different executive or legislative branches, but there are no politologists. And I even just wrote my PhD paper, so I wrote a novel about Pontius Pilate, and later we'll make it into a book, because I think that this is the subject matter which is very pertinent and germane to the subject, and I think that so maybe the audience needs to know more about this. So what I want to talk about, I wanted to explain how the lawmaking process should be organized, ideally, and then how it's organized now, and how we can just bring together these two positions and closer, if anyone decides to do that. And then I will try to explain about the ways of the civil influence. So that exists right now. There are very few, and so they're not very strong. They're not very powerful levers, but they exist, and we need to be aware of them. So what is a lawmaking process? What is lawmaking? And so we need how do we understand it on political and social plane. So this is the process of turning the society's request into a law. So then there's a special system, American politologist system. It's quite straightforward, and this is whereby so there's a black box. On the one hand, so the many arrows come in, and only one arrow come out. So a black box is a political system. So there are many political requests that are in the box. And somehow, so with the help of alchemy, so these all lead arrows that coming into the box, they get transformed and they come out in the form of a law. So what makes a law a legitimate law? So public agreement, public consent. So the law should reflect this political request, national request, and then it goes through special procedure, and then it becomes the law. Once everyone consents to it, and so public consent is required, and this is what is broken in our system, because we don't have any no public consent for the laws that are being developed. So this procedure of that should be recognized by everybody, and so only then the result coming out of this black box will be recognized by all. This is the first slide, where it shows this ideal situation, and which needs to organize this efficient lawmaking process. So the lawmaking process sometimes regards what's happening in the parliament or in one of the chambers of the parliament. No, that's not true, because the lawmaking is so that time-wise, and the people who participate is much wider and deeper. And when we describe this process, how it's organized, it covers all branches of power and many stakeholders. So the parliamentary part is the central element. This is true, because this is the most public element, and this alchemic transformation should actually take place there in the parliament. And so because this is the only stage which is accessible to the citizens, and they can watch it evolve. So when we look at these factors of efficient lawmaking, so efficiency is a very important term. So we love this term, so we use it. It's trite, and so the public officials love this word. And we should say that the linear understanding of efficiency killed our lawmaking process at the present stage, or made a lot of detriment, because linear, like in business, it provides for the maximum result at minimum investment, maximum profit. So, but this is business. If we look, so what's the point of lawmaking? Is to adopt a new law, right? No, it's wrong. So, but it looks like it, yeah. So, what kind of process is good? So, what kind of parliament is good? So, the one that adopts quickly adopts the law, and so as they just it is submitted, and they immediately so quickly without stopping. That's probably the way it should operate. And so based on this assumption, so the people who were the architects of the modern parliamentary system, so they designed this machine. So quick, submitted, approved, adopted. And so then the executive branch knows so all the problems of the nation, and then they know de facto good intentions. So different intentions, but they want good for the people. And so that's why they transform their will through the parliament, and put it through the parliament. But the parliament says, stay away, let us work. And in the last several, starting from 1999, they have been building this efficient machine, of lawmaking machine. And the basis of my scientific work, I should say that by 2009 the machine reached its perfection. Everything just was finely tuned. So the inbound signal, but not just the people's requests, but the executive powers, was transformed without any delay, without any distortions, and immediately came out in the form of a law, but not submitted by the people, but by the executive branch. But many people are unhappy. So the liberals don't like it, the non-liberal, the media don't like it, the Western opinion, they don't like it. It's okay, but so you can disregard that. But it becomes known that the architects of this system are unhappy with it too, growingly unhappy. So even the judiciary saying so efficiency is very low. Not that they take time to adopt new laws, but they adopt God knows what. So then they say that the legal environment is unstable. So we have a lot of legislative trash. So there was a lecture at the Duma public lecture. So Larissa Grachova was making a presentation. So the head of the legal department of the administration of the president, and so it's kind of a legal brain of mega brain of our lawmaking process. So then everything, if not written, but decided from there. So then the political component. So then the deputies are controlled. So when they are just assigned to different departments. And so then this public official speaks very high level, and so she's saying that everything is fine, the constitution is 20 years old, all working, everyone pulls his weight, so good words as usual, and so they do a lot of good things. But then since our legislator is working by fits and starts, always in a hurry. And so not many materials are properly used. The parliamentary hearings they don't get translated. The public discussions, nothing gets translated into practical bills. Then the time the laws are made are stagger imagination. And so because the parliament starts to get warm only at the end of the session, by the end of the session. At the beginning, they don't do anything, but at the end of December, so they start adopting all the laws. And then there's horrible statistics how quickly so the code on administrative code changes. Administrative code changes. Then the civil code keeps changing all the time. They keep replacing it. The amendments are all the time added, and so then the changes upon new changes, and the new changes that have not become effective, so are being replaced by other changes that are not going to become effective, etc. And so it's not just some libelous guy, but it's the person who actually organized it all. And so then certainly we can say if you don't like the way the Duma works, so maybe just you reduce the number of bills, or just don't sign. So it becomes any bill becomes the law after signing it by the president. So then there is Council of Federation. They not only declare wars, but they actually approve bills as well. That is why there's all the instruments. And by the way, this has to do with the issue if the wrong oligarchs or extremists, so they they get hold of the lower chamber and start making laws, and so that will be inadmissible. So there are lots of filters, so we can always just filter this legislative trash. It could be done. So even the president is the final filter. But there are some quieter means, sieves, to filter out this administrative. So the system is in trouble. The system is in trouble not only at the Duma level, but it's in trouble from A to Z. Then at which point in time or place, so there is this bottleneck, and how it can be addressed. If anyone decides to do that. And then I would like just to go back to the previous presentation about the judicial system. And she was saying that the system is simple measures are required. So it doesn't need any investments, reforms, abrogation, cancellation of everything. We don't need no decimation. You don't have to hang anyone, kill anyone, torture anyone, no brand anyone. No, don't need to. I can say the same. The same is true of our lawmaking system. So there's no need. So there's no need just to change anything drastically. I can tell you that I've been in the Duma since 1999, and then I've been in the Duma. Then after 2006, I don't work directly, but I consider to be an observer watching what's happening there since 2006. But the third calling Duma in 2003, that was kind of a crown of Russian parliamentary. It was competitive, adversarial, and it took all the basic legislative acts, very important and working. So I think that was the crown, the best time. So for example, so the housing code, the land code, so then the circulation of agricultural lands, so hard currency control, etc. laws. So very good liberal laws that for the people. That was good. So that was 2003. So that third calling Duma. So does not so much differ much from our sixth calling Duma. Very similar. So many people, they moved from one to another, and they changed so much. You can't recognize these people. For example, it's not the people for the institutions, but institutions for the people. And you should not think that you need to select special, illustrious, prominent, renowned, smart deputies, and they will do the right process of lawmaking. No, we shouldn't think so, because this idea takes us away to a depressive dead end. Because we say we have local culture is absent, the legal culture is absent. So then rule of law and that does not allow us, because it propagates unhappiness. Now, if they say, no, this nation will never grow to the values of parliamentarism and the just judiciary in the West, it's because who says that? The people who do not want to share their authorities with the people. That's it. That's why they say that they will never grow to that level. So who is the guy who is going to measure? Who has this tape measure? And so they say, okay, yes, so this is high enough. Now just we'll so you know how to swim, you know how to dive. Now we'll pour water in your swimming pool. And what's his interest? What he stands to gain? So once you start thinking about it, you understand a lot. So this set of simple motions, legislative measures, will allow to give me those 450 people in the State Duma, and they will become great lawmakers. Or give me 450 people selected randomly, and they will become an efficient working parliament. So based on those criteria of efficiency that we spoke about. The problem is that this linear approach to the efficiency in lawmaking is that the idea is just the main point is to adopt a law. No, it's not. The main value is discussion, not adoption, approval, because is the lawmaking process is coordination of interests, coordination of public wills, coordination of different things. So if it does happen that way, then it becomes voluntary, becomes forced. So then, if the laws are adopted without coordinating them with the desires of the people, that works. Without coordination, then so we cannot check whether it's good or not, and so we assume that the citizens want, for example, ban all homosexuals. Maybe they want it, maybe they don't want it. How do we know? How do we learn it? So we can learn about that only if we have competitive elections, free discussion, only with the help of the free media, only with the help of free independent sociology. We don't have either of them. And so then we build this mental, beautiful picture of a certain nation that wants this or does not want that. And then based on this assumption, we start to act. And so this is stupid. And it's not working that way. And I hope it will change, and I hope it will change soon. And then some certain elements of historic optimism I would like to add. I get the impression that in the recent years we are beginning to observe the growth of the civil society and the responsibility. I think that so now people want different political institutions. So there is a request for that. There is demand for that. So not just the rejuvenation of the Soviet Union and so on, getting our tanks rolling through Berlin. No one wants that. And we have other things. So then there is a request for civil participation, and we all here we are symbols and we are living representatives of that desire. And so this request actually puts pressure on the power, on authorities, and so they apply pressure on them, and they feel it. So the sixth calling, so then this one is the last one, because the next parliamentary elections in 2016 so will be done along the lines of a different law. So then the new election campaign, the new elections law. So though it's strange and sometimes awkward and sometimes it's better than what we have now. So the new dual elections. Because it was based on making the legislation, party legislation, and elections legislation stricter. This was the base basically. Because if we remove this representative nature, if we make the elections falsified, not free, and non-competitive, then all five conditions don't work. So by the way, the public feelings. So all these years, the executive power, so then legislation law, so they actually developed it the way they wanted it for themselves. So they removed the one mandate districts. So then voting blocks were forbidden, etc., etc. So they designed it for themselves. So with this kind of election law and with lots of administrative authorities, still the power has to falsify the results. How is it possible? So they have all the powers, all the makings. It's like a competition. So you select your own adversaries, and if you don't like the guy, just you cut off his leg, and the rest are running in sacks. You know the judge is yours, then you run, and you still lose, even if all others just run in sacks. And then finally, so what you have on the wall, just you have to concoct some figures and doctor them. So that's about when they always say bad things about us, and it's just depression and lack of hope. So then about lawmaking process, the way it's organized. If you don't know that, this matrix, I will talk about this, how the system is organized. So who has the right for legislative initiatives? Legislative initiatives have all three branches of the power, but in different fashion. So who can submit a draft into the Duma? So, for example, any deputy has the right to submit a draft, or a group of deputies, any member of the Council Federation, or several, and sometimes they can join together. So, regional legislative assembly. And then, so this is the legislative branch. And then the executive is the president and the government. So the president, you can see those two boxes, two very important institutions that help that. So then the presidential initiatives always have enjoyed the priority because the president submits very few initiatives, but they're very important. So ratification of international agreements and contracts. And so then what is not ratification? So there are some small important so drafts so which are considered as such. So, for example, it's a famous history. So then the president submitted the bill on so that the tax cases could be charges can be brought in without the tax authorities. So then it was submitted by president and got the status, and so then there was some protests. So the economic bloc in the government were against it. So the entrepreneur community were against it, and it didn't fly. So they killed it, slowed it down. And then another deputy, solitary deputy, so the Единая Russia, so submitted a bill known as about the objective truth. So that's a big document that changes the principles of our criminal litigation proceedings. So then, so there's we think that it kills the presumption of innocence and the adversarial nature of proceedings. So Mr. Bastrykin wrote it. Mr. Bastrykin, investigation committee head, and so he put it on the site of the investigative committee. So you see that's the same author but two different fates. And so we should say that our legislation community, so then the law about the objective truths kind of got bogged down, and so everyone was saying that's taking a bit too far, because let's wait until we cancel the presumption of innocence, because that will be then about the government initiatives. There's another very important point that people are not aware of. The government submits bills as a unified organ or a body. So the ministries and agencies have no right to, no Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Justice, they have no right to submit. The Ministry of Economic Development, they cannot submit their own draft. What they do? So they submitted to a very important commission on lawmaking activity. So it's administration of the president, one of the vice premiers. Mr. Zhukov is responsible for that. Our deputy, so the budget committee. Right? Now he's somewhere, so he went back to the Duma after the Olympics. And so he's vice speaker. Well, he was vice premier, and so he was not when he was not into sports. He was an ideal deputy. It was great. As deputy, he was great. Not a sports fan. Then another interesting point. So the agency can lobby. So they can lobby. They have their own vested interests, and they can fight for them. Yes, unlike the citizens. That's why the Commission for Lawmaking Activity is a battleground. And so the agency to fight for its position is quite challenging in the commission, because there is one guy, so when a special agency comes, an economic agency comes in, say we don't need that, and then they lock horns and start fighting.
This is the kind of debate we would like to see at our parliament. Not so much about the political parties, but some factions that should have been expected to conduct this public discourse. They're doing this at some special commissions. What is to be seen at the sessions of ministries or agencies? They make their proposals through the deputies. If this were something or if there's something that they fear that their initiative would not be passed, that they go to their MP. There are lobbyists within the State Duma for certain organizations like the Central Bank or other structures which do not have their own legislative initiative prerogatives. And then looking at who the initiators are, a decision is taken. It is clear that the executive's initiatives are much more preferable or have a higher chance to be adopted than the measures coming from separate MPs or even the local legislative assemblies. Talking of the successes of the regional lawmaking, the famous gay propaganda law was initiated by the Novgorod City Legislative Assembly. The Supreme Court, the courts of the Supreme Instance also have the right of legislative initiative, such as the Supreme Court or the Supreme Court of Arbitration, which are now coalesced into one. So we can see pretty much the range of those bodies which have the right of a legislative initiative. How does the process work? This scheme may not be particularly pretty, but at least it shows how it works. The initiator proposes the draft to the State Duma. When it goes through the Council of State Duma to the profile committee. The committee whose profile is concerned with the particular topic. The first reading at the State Duma presupposes the approval of the draft law in a conceptual matter. Then it goes to the profile committee again when the law is actually written and the provisions are finalized. This is the most important point. And during the second reading, neither in the first nor in the third, but only in the second reading that the amendments can be proposed. These are entered only by the deputies, by the MPs. Later on, the committee proposes the second table. These are then taken out for the plenary session. Usually, this is done at the profile committee, and the initiator may take the amendment for a separate voting. This used to be an arduous and nerve-wracking process because many amendments could have been inserted to change the stipulations of the law. This is no longer the case. And after the second reading, the draft goes back to the profile committee with the amendments. During the third reading, the law is adopted. This is the so-called technical reading. In some just very separate and very important circumstances, there is the so-called reversal to the second reading. After the third reading, the chairman of the committee says that there is an amendment or something must have happened. Let us get back to the second reading and consider the particular second the amendment, and then this is something very, very rare thing to happen. During the third reading, the Duma process is over. The law goes to the Council of Federation. It always adopts or abolishes the law, either adopts the law. Then it goes to the president, and the president signs this into action. What is it that we're interested in this topic? This particular period between the first and the third reading is the most public for the attention of the concerned observers. So it is in our interest, in the interests of the society, for this most important part of the lawmaking falls on this particular stage, because this is the only part where we can influence something. During the lawmaking development, quite a deplorable development that we've seen over the past years, we see the so-called zero reading. The zero reading is a very popular thing. Something that people started to talk about in as far as 2 years ago. This follows either from the first reading, and the zero reading presupposed good expert appraisal and the cooperation between the executive and the legislature to remove all the objections, not to allow for some terrible scenes during the plenary meetings when the parliamentaries fight and tear each other's hair. So this zero reading was supposed to be the stage of cooperation between the executive and the parliament. This zero reading stage was a true tragedy. The sheer horror of the totally clandestine, anti-constitutional and anti-democratic processes is what we are viewing today. Yes, indeed, it is true that there will be some lobbying interests, and there will be some behind the curtains talks. But to institutionalize it is indeed equivalent to not understanding the essence of a lawmaking process. No objections need to be removed. We do not need pretty pictures during the plenary meetings. The plenary meetings, as we see them at the Duma, is the shame and disgrace of the present-day Russian parliament, and this is what we have been seeing over the past years. And the pretty picture is shown as the help of the parliament to the executive and a true and adequate reaction by the parliament to the desires and the wishes of the Russian society. There are no laws that have or must be taken with such great immediacy and urgency. The executives have huge powers. The law does not act for reaction as to what happened yesterday. The lawmaking is sad and long and arduous. This is not something that we should be stamping the laws out. Indeed, a good judge is not the judge who has adopted a verdict in one-day sitting. A good judge is the one who has considered that case in all its circumstance and its detail. A good parliament is the one which considers a case or a draft law in all of the complexity and the plethora of the details and the possible undercurrents. So the formality, the sheer damage that has been caused, it comes exactly from this decorative nature. When we say that something is not good, getting back to, we understand that this is, interestingly enough, known to the executive power as well. The understanding that there is no back course comes at around after 2005. Particularly after the law on the so-called monetization of privileges, because the parliament was seen as something that it needs to be appended with some structures that would provide for liaison with the citizens. I call this what called network-based or distant forms of civic participation, but we're talking about some attempts to fix a propeller to a non-working mechanism. What is it? What is a public chamber? A public chamber is like a mock parliament. So pretty much the public is represented at some sham parliament, which may provide expert opinion or expert appraisal. Now, indeed, the question really is what should we do? And let us just allow people to go and participate in the lawmaking. So we have this public chamber, which proposes some amendments, and clearly the level or the quality of this critical or expert appraisal is not particularly high. We can't say that their work is in any way conducive to further the participation of the citizens in the processes of lawmaking. This is a matter of what we see today in terms of the the initiatives that come. This is about the 100,000 signature routine. This is some sort of a website where you can petition and provide some possibilities, and one should suppose that if any particular question has 100,000 signatures, then this particular petition would be considered by the governmental commission. And the governmental commission, if this is something that might be of interest, it will be introduced by the government to the Duma. This thing has been copied from the Russian, from the American thing, We the People, and is a network-based web resource where you can petition for any particular cause and sign. And if there are, I think, some number of signatures, I think less than 100,000, then it would be considered by the White House. In our case, if you go to the website, you will see quite a triste picture indeed. Those issues which are considered there bear somewhat a low-level nature. Such as that all passerbys have to wear luminescent plaques. So, what happens to these petitions, which are quite insignificant, I have to tell you, in terms of the entire political or social situation? There was one interesting Navalny's initiative about the ban to buy cars which would be more expensive than over 1,500,000 rubles. This initiative gained more than 100,000 signatures. It was considered by the expert commission. But what happened later? The expert commission denied this initiative because it was said that this issue is already being regulated by the already existing clause and will clearly impede the execution of the duties of state office. The second interesting initiative was about the ban of on the pre-trial blocking of websites. This initiative has already garnered the support of over 100,000 people, but we so far do not know what would happen later. Interestingly, some of the initiatives that have been taken into law was the so-called Zero Promille initiative, which eventually only got 77,000 votes and not 100,000, and was adopted by the State Duma on a wholly different, under very different premises. So this was a matter on legitimation. The next interesting mechanism which might deserve some attention is the so-called unified portal on the development of draft laws by the executive, by the government. And this web portal also has legal information, which is, I think, a very good thing. This was made by some heroic persons from the government apparatus within the framework of appraising the expert opinion, and within the framework of which is this initiative is called to shed some light on this most obscure period in lawmaking, which is the preparation of the specific verdicts of the specific initiatives by the executive. So eventually the actual composing of the draft laws it now takes place at the executive, at the government, and nobody knows their names. This web portal, which is terribly inconvenient, it is very difficult to look for information. It has a huge flow of these initiatives, projects, draft laws, draft degrees, draft standing orders, so they all go under one heading, new initiative. If you try to get some mail, there is no search, so this is indeed a very like a quagmire-like system. However, some analysts may glean some information from this website and start to assault them at this very early stage before they go up to the Duma. This is indeed a very precious work, because the bureaucrats dislike fuss, and every petty bureaucrat would be somewhat alarmed that his or her work might be taken to the light, and compromises are possible. So those who might be in any way interested in such things, and those who are interested in the lawmaking, you may visit this website and try to make sense, because it allows to give you some information, because at the stage when a draft law has been introduced to the Duma, you may very well say that it will be adopted. This is indeed something very close to what Ella Pagniar told us about the court practices. When a case has been gone to the court, the sentence will be this will be a verdict saying guilty. So presidential draft laws can hardly be amended at all. So if there is any way to try and amend these, then it is possible, because it gives some sort of information, or allows us to glean into the processes of the generation of these draft laws. Let us also talk about the ability of the citizens to go to their MPs. And because we're talking about the party lists, then the party lists, there is minimal individual responsibility. However, there are MPs, there are the reception, there is a way to talk to the MPs. Usually the people who write to them are either madmen or the citizens whom they sort of instigate in writing certain things that they could then use as a resource in their lawmaking overtures. However, it is also possible to go there and to talk to these people if one wishes. One of the latest campaigns was also organized by Mr. Navalny when he tried to protest against the law on the pension reform. Then they wrote a letter to every member of parliament, and they decided to provoke some noise. So these Soviet-style mechanisms of going to meet your MP, not only Soviet, but they still, interestingly, they still work in terms that you can at least make fuss. You would not be in a position to preclude a law from being passed if it is by the government, but at least, as I said, it allows people to express their discontent. So you can go to the MP and say that, well, you're our parliamentarian, you defend our rights, and at least that's something. There's also this system called Veche, which is like a beta system, which has a little bit of a forum. The Fund of the Public Opinion used to do that with the Open Government, which had an open.gov, which was proposed to select the experts to be able to propose them amendments. This way, they were talking about the fishing law. I think the fishing law was never advanced, but there were some thousands of amendments that were interestingly introduced. There is also an initiative by Robert Schlegel. This initiative is about allowing citizens to go to the Duma system. Do people feel what they can do? What is the weak point of all these forms and mechanisms of trying to influence the lawmaking mechanisms? These systems do not have any binding influence. You can make 10,000 amendments, but who would be bound by law to consider these? You do not have rights. Only the legislators have the rights. The MPs have the rights, which indeed makes it impossible to try to develop grassroots democracy when the people have been cut out from the elections. The interests of the public is not about the peasants coming to visit you. It is about your electors and voters, the people of the Russian Federation. Give him the election rights. So they're talking about the historical optimism. Well, I would not like now allow for some questions. Yeah, I would like to thank Yekaterina because to have this spark as the spark of to talk about this with such a great energy and think about her language and the metaphoric nature of her presentation. Thank you. And also the fact that she has left 30 minutes for discussion. Thank you. Yes. Елена Клюшникov. I'm an MP of the Legislative Assembly. We have a great urgency when we take laws. I do not know what is the motivation. And we're told that if we're late, so this is a very strong motivation. We won't be getting some of the budget funds. I don't know what kind of motivation it is for such a mad urgency. About 70% of all legislative initiatives come from the governors, and the rest come from the profile committees, and Единая Россия. Other subjects in terms of legislative initiative are almost insignificant. There's also the federal law initiatives from the regional parliaments. That's something that is right. That's quite formalized, and it's a formalized stage because the practices are somewhat different in Gorny, in the mountainous Altai region.
Well, you have received a packet of these amendments that went through the profile committee, and let us vote for it. The deputies do not even see these packages, or even the chair of this profile committee, and he, I don't know what makes him guide, he drops reference or whatever. In Altai Krai, in principle, they did not have it in practice. We never even made it a subject to be considered at the session. And now opposition factions are beginning to say, look, do you have opposition factions? We have 4 parties in the Duma. It's all like the standard. What do I want to say? That people are already very much endangered, are very unhappy. They say, look, the law on education, why is it that the profile committee sends a reference, and this is something that we hear. Let us at least something slightly, one by one. Don't let's be a rubber stamp parliament. Let's at least discuss it in public. But until recently, they did not even put it before the attention of the session. In terms of this reception of, certainly our offices are open to receive anybody, but I, in my practice, can say it's only people who would want to have some private years, like kindergarten, that they have the dwellings that are not suitable for living, or whatever, slum dwelling and whatever. Svenoslav Adranovich from Mordovia, thank you very much for your lecture. I just listened for it very attentively. If I make 2 questions. What is your take on these questions on you when you want to lobby on lobbyism? And I heard an answer in part to my second question. I wanted to find out. Sometimes it says that we will let in opposition, then it will take so much long to adopt any law. Nevertheless, the laws work by two principles. First, how good it is for the elite, and to which extent this elite has to count somebody else. Do I understand you correctly that the development of democratic institutions, it's not a problem of adopting a law? It's rather very good for the legislative process. Is that right? Thank you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I forbid you to applaud after every question. Well, about lobbyism, it's a very old story. It's still very relevant from the late 1990s. Many drafts, many bills were tabled, all keen to make it very much like in America and to give them a license or whatever, tickets or whatever, to access to Duma or whatever. But in theory, suppose you could adopt such a law, but the first law, if you avoid regulation, avoid it. And does it make a point to adopt a law on lobbying, which, as I understand, will make it difficult to get access to the building of the State Duma to people who have not registered in the list of. Right now, just the president introduced a law about public control, social control. I suppose if you look at it, if you're socially active, you would know that about this idea around this law. There's a thought that we will send public or social controllers who are in the public councils, social or rather community councils under any office and ministry, but we won't let others go because you're not qualified by law. So if we can avoid adopting a law on lobbyism, I would much rather adopt it. And the second question, I'm not sure that I quite understood it correctly, that the law works to the extent to which it is good for the elite. Look, there is another part of the point which causes my internal protest, that people are bad. Oh, it doesn't care what they adopt, laws do not work. Or quite better, the laws are good, but there is nobody to enforce them. Look, guys, this is all lies. This is the heritage of this argument that if everybody worked well in its place, we would have long lived in communism. No, the laws are bad, and the thing is that they are enforced. Both the executive and the judiciary follow the law. I will again refer to the previous speaker, and the judges operate by law. It's not that every day they take bribes. No, they observe criminal and procedural code. In the same way, very much other people observe the law, alongside with their own understanding. So the law should be there. When it is good, trust me, things will change for the better. For example, about consumer rights protection, where we are ahead of the whole planet. Look, they enforced much better. And where we have absolute rubbish written in the law, then law enforcement cannot do it. This is the project, the position that is called legism. I'm this person who is all for it. It's incredible. Dear colleague from the second row, please. I'm very happy that I got the floor. I feel like I'm a gun that I cannot fire. Well, my question is like this. Beginning with this year, 2014, yes, I'm Petrov Anton, Center of European Law in St. Petersburg. Beginning with this year, we are introducing a procedure called, this is the way it was adopted. And now it turns out it's all dependent upon the level of government. In some cases, as I understand, you must write per each act, you must write expert assessment, which would later hear to public hearings, and you name it. So you spoke about regulation gov rule. But at the same time, they wanted to do at the regional and municipal level. It means that all law legislative activity will be covered, at least in terms of entrepreneurial law. Do you really believe that this idea would work? Because originally it was proposed so that the entrepreneurs to create for them normal, especially in case when we demolished courts of arbitration, dismantled courts of arbitration, evaluation of regulatory impact, the right to need expert assessments for all bills. This is good, because at least because it's involves experts to lawmaking, and if not, otherwise the government will have to appoint somebody from within the system. Whatever attracts external experts, I think it's for the good. I support upon our first slide in item 5 as its openness for independent external assessment. How independent it is, we don't know, but it's better than nothing. Well, it will not be, but I think that ORV is good, and I want to welcome it. Another point that is good with us, because not the things are bad with us, the thing is that the level of transparency, which I've spoken about it, our great system, OSSD, provides huge amount of information. It's presented in such a manner that you won't be able to find it at all. We, in this sense, in terms of transparency, we are, for example, in excess of Great Britain, and we are at the level of US Congress. Transparency is actually good. A totally different matter that transparency, it doesn't necessarily mean publicity. If you can look through the glass wall and see what is happening there, but say you cannot knock on that door and you cannot make your opinion known or somehow impacted, then what's the point of it? Well, Alexander Gladyshev from Vologda region. Alexander, please take a seat. The Year of Culture. Oh, is it the Year of Culture that is in full swing? My question is, when shall we adopt a law on culture? Do we have this law on culture that we have adopted? Because, like, there were many projects, and I suppose the law has not been adopted yet. Let me please come back to my question. Do we need to take it? Maybe we can, are you sure that culture needs regulation, legislative regulation? I'm sorry, because they like to say, let's adopt a law on, say, protecting cats, for example. A law, it means additional power for those who will be enforcing it, and they are law enforcement and executive government. Do we want to give another? Do you think they don't have enough? Well, but culture is Moscow and Leningrad. But what about the region? In the region, let me tell you, they adopt a budget. For example, in municipal district, for example, and you won't believe it, 10,000 people are going to improve qualification of all people who work in the culture for this region. You think that the law will provide, well, but the basics, you mean some percentage of budget allocated for culture? Well, at least this way. Well, to do it, we should have, in Vologda region, you should have our own deputy in the Federal Legislative Assembly that would be lobbying its interests at the level of the federal budget. And later on, citizens, active citizens who make local deputies, distribute the budget also to serve the interests of the citizens. To do so, they should be dependent, they should be elected by them. We're again going back to where we started. I suppose one law on culture will not do. Besides, if you as they banned gay propaganda before the underage, they have addressed the main law, and all the remaining problems will probably be taken care of. Thank you, colleague. Well, first of all, thank you. It was a very interesting. I'm Grekov. I'm from Altai region. There were people from Altai region speaking here because what I do in social activity, I am very much interested about legislation about volunteer movement. Luckily, this story about the law on volunteer activity, and is somewhat down now, is somewhat less active, but on the other side, we exist in parallel to the current reality, and which does not prevent us from interacting, although seemingly we don't have, like, where the state structures. It's a very strange life, but I don't know. Even it's hard for me to come up with this question. First of all, I would like to hear your opinion on this as a specialist. Do we need this law? And what can be done about this? And whether we need it at all? Well, you know, what you're discussing, it's staying beyond the legal field and at that time interacting with the power, with the government. This is the fate of all NGOs in Russia, those NGOs who are at least doing something in reality. I know how, for example, NGOs who work for example, protecting the rights of the convicts, of those who would go fantastic matters such as education among, I don't know, police, hold seminars and tell them that, for example, a bottle of champagne, it's not the method of investigation that should be used widely. Well, all of them work for some personal connections, that they know something, they can give somebody a call, okay, like, oh, they know us and they let us go, they allow us go into the detention center, because next time, if you have personal links, he will be fired and they will send somebody in and he won't let you in. Besides, you may be known and somebody else is not known. It means that you're monopolizing this. But this is problem number 2. But problem number 1 is that they are very fragile. But all these organizations, when we speak about adopting a respective law about public control, which seemingly would give us some tools and some kind of leverage so that we could defend some rights, they immediately say, oh yes, we know what these public people will be like. They will be people who are under special public counsel under the law enforcement agencies. There's somebody who used to be in law enforcement, now he's in retirement, now he is like, you know, in this ideal world, yes, it would be good to adopt a law that would give people who are in community activists, civil human rights activists, give them the right so that any official should receive him, listen to what he has to say and listen. In our conditions, it will be exactly about the same about this public observers or whatever. We will create the right structure in place, and those who are not there, off you go. So I don't suppose you need the law here, given the situation right now. Alexandra Shitova, please, you now have the floor. Hello, Alexandra Shitova from Pskov region. Thank you very much for this emotional presentation. I have a question. You mentioned the system of black box where we find, and we see a solution how we shouldn't write about feedback. So I have more theoretical questions. What do you think? Could the public take place, the community in the feedback, if we look at this black box system from the perspective of law-making process? Maybe you can share with us some results. Well, let me please repeat what I said before. An ideal feedback from the public would be regular, open, competitive election. You have adopted God knows what laws, and the next election you will not be re-elected. This is the leverage and the tool that nothing can replace. All the rest, it's either or just imitation or mimicry or surrogate of this main, fundamental and only system, this only leverage. We will not be able to avoid it. We will not be able to change it. Do you see what I mean? There's nothing to do about this. But even in a healthy democratic society, this is certainly not the only leverage. There is free media, there are public organizations, NGOs who enjoy great authority and whose voice can be heard. Or even say the citizens could go to the congressman or to the deputy or write a letter, why did you not defend our interests or whatever. So it's a kind of pyramid by Maslow where election stands in the fundament and the foundation. And then there will be just like a system of private contacts, comments on his page and social media, where he would understand that people somehow disapprove of what he has to say. With us, it's the other way round. It's top-down. We have some quite non-existent almost instruments like for writing a collective letter or whatever, but we don't have access to ballot boxes. That's why our system will always be so distorted. I'm sorry because I keep repeating myself, but well, yes, this is how it works. Okay. Where do I go? Please, our colleague sits over there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. You touched upon your presentation a very interesting problem of lobbyism in a legislative process. But if you look at this from the perspective of lobbying by big business, of their initiatives, tell me please, how can we minimize their influence there? Well, you don't need to minimize it. Big business and big companies are not evil oligarchs who want to win us over. Big business companies means jobs, means production, means income into budget. It's good, significant sectors in our economy. They are people who enjoy the right to be heard. I don't suppose demonization of business would work here. I would advise you against it. Now we're the voice of business and voice of business structures like Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, because everybody is harassed and is afraid and just communicates at the level of private contacts, not much better than NGO workers whose voice is heard. They're not businessmen. They are people who in charge of state corporations. When we have a free market and therefore lobbies will be corporate lobbying, then we'll think how we can change it. Nowadays, it's just ridiculous to talk about it, saying that business wants to lobby for some of its interests. It does happen, but at the level of just, I don't know, things such as, for example, like Association of Brewers, so that they are not against that that somebody bans them to sell beer in 1.5-liter plastic bottles, and even that they can't, because mostly they're foreign concerns, and you know what kind of talk they. That's why they cannot get it. It's not our problem, but it's very relevant for today. Colleague from Dagestan. Thank you very much. Khatigirat Daliyev from Dagestan. You had a spark in Katya. Katya is just like a fire, not only in the topic. Thank you very much for a lecture. There is this opinion that the more laws in the state you adopt, the closer it is to the decline. But the question is not about this. In Article 5 of our constitution, it says that Russia is made up of republics, krais, regions, and a republic has a choice for its own constitution and legislation. It would be logical for me if some of republics, because republics differ, would have adopt its own laws that are based upon their own mentality, religious, ethnicity, and so on. Are there any precedents like this in Russia, and how difficult it is for the regions to adopt such laws? Thank you. It's separatism. Separatism detected, you know. Look, we are fighting the fight with this independent and self-initiative. Their first objective, as you remember, was to make uniform and make regional legislation comply with the federal. Indeed, it should not contradict, because primate is enjoyed by the federal laws. Local laws should not say something that goes against laws of an upper level. And this range where they can move is very small. For example, like not allowing, say, I don't know, youngers to or be outdoors, say, beyond certain hour, or selling alcohol at some, I don't know, schools make it 100 meters or 300 meters. This is your regional freedom. I would be all for greater federalization in the great Russian Federation, but nowadays it's not the case. Again, in terms of there was indeed quite healthy work that was done, but when it ended, then what we saw is less healthy attempts trying to tie the regions to the center, not so much through the law, rather than to budget financing and getting all the money to the center and then giving them away to those who are more important. But in principle, at the very beginning, there were good reasons to unify, to make uniform. There is this term, 4 years under Nero, when he became an emperor. He was a young man with good intentions, and Seneca was teaching him, and he wanted the better. So the first 4 years in his life, he did many good liberal reforms. But now, since he had government without checks and balances, he became the Nero whom we know and love. But for the first years, he was very different. And I think that this was a similar picture. Maybe I'm a fan of that period, 1999-2003, that seems to me like a slight spot in the history of, period in the history of our parliamentarism and state. But this is my personal opinion. Yes. Good day, Anna Tsiganova from Leningrad region. Maybe my question would be somewhat silly. There are no silly questions. Ella Lvovna mentioned this, that prosecutors at times do not know all the materials of the case, and it seems to be fine. My question is, to which extent do you think the deputies are aware of the text of the bill when they are voting for it? It's a very sensible question. Well, you know, there was Alexander Alexeyevich Kotsenkov, who then left for the Council of Federation. He has this aphorism, he's known by this aphorism, that as we know, he has 450 deputies. In a Duma, he says 150 men do legislation, 150 do their own business, and 150 do nothing at all. The Duma is a very complex organism. I suppose he overestimated the number of those who really go for legislation, maybe some 80 people. These workhorses who work on this, they are people who really who deserve respect, who work hard, when the committees are coming and they're reading what they did, and they invest their time and strength, and but bad things could happen to them. Well, you know, Ella Borisovna Mizulina, before she got carried away with pedophilia and was a surrogate pregnancy, she was a very good deputy, very somewhat scandalous, but she was working hard, but after that, these things happened to her. This is a certain nucleus. They are and who have just ministries and agencies, and they are the ones who are making decision of what goes on in the Duma. All the rest vote for what they are told. There is solid opposition by the factions. I remember free voting, in terms of free voting, vote what you want, but nowadays it's gone, and a considerable number of deputies don't even show up. We know that voting cards lie owned with coordinators. We know that there are those who are on duty to just go and push the button for those who are absentees. And they're just champions of Paralympics, but not everybody takes place. I suppose there is nothing bad about it. 450 cannot attend every possible day. There will be some who are better knowing this or that, and others who are pursuing interests of their own business. But it's not the main sin. I suppose there will always be a certain big group of people, small group of people who work, and others will just follow them. It's not the worst thing that can happen, you know. I'm really amazed that you haven't asked the question yet. This is our graduate, Stanislav. Thank you very much. I wanted to draw your attention to that we make a distinction between lawmaking and legislative process. And it has its own peculiarities. And to develop the topic that you raised in your excellent lecture, I want to underline the role of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation. That's the point of its existence in the system of checks and balances, and in giving a balance against this legislators such as the President, the Duma, and whoever from unconstitutional and wrongful decisions. If we think that our Constitutional Court does not quite cope with a role in this system of checks and balances, then it means that we're making respective, well, yes, this is true what you are saying. Constitutional Court, it's some kind of possibility of appealing post factum. It's just appealing against the law as well as the verdict that has come into effect. We have had some cases when Constitutional Court gave its interpretation, and thank them for this, but we are very happy about somebody who at least can show their independence, not on very fundamental questions, but still. About the law on foreign agents, what would they say? They've been postponing it for 6 months. What do you mean 6 months? 6 months, it's not postponing. It's interesting what verdict they will return, what the opinion they will return. Whom do I activate? I suppose you were not very frequent in... Please remember to give your word. Vladimir Zabilin from Zabaikalsky Krai. I'm deputy in the legislature, member of the faction United Russia, deputy chair of the Committee for Taxes and Legislative and Policy. I wanted to say that if some laws are adopted very rapidly, very promptly at first reading, they're only socially significant laws. This is what I know from my own experience. Or there are laws such as, for example, amendment to the budget. Yes, they is done very... Other laws take all the necessary steps where they go through municipalities. This is what happens with us. About 80% of laws, indeed, are proposed by the government of the Krai, of our region, and the governor. And the remaining, yes, it's factions that come up. It's faction United Russia. I read in our website of Zabaikalsky Krai that he worked in United Russia, that it doesn't allow other factions such as LDPR and Fair Russia and others to come up with initiatives. Not one single initiative was indeed declined. So much about this. So it means that they have their own... Okay, it's very good that you're here. It's good that you're speaking about it. It may happen in a different way in the regions. I used to be a simple municipal worker, also worked in lawmaking, legislative drafting, and my debut was that we had to write a law about the status of the city N, town N, as the capital of the region, and my boss brought to me a Xerox copy of the law about Lipetsk as capital of Lipetsk. And at Sakhalin, what was it about Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk? And I just had to decide what to do. I just cut and pasted, and this is what we got the law. I added something from my own initiative. I was 18 at that time, and I want to say that regional legislation, legislative drafting is good, especially if you have a glue, stick, and scissors. Please don't raise your hands, dear colleagues, because we only have time for me to wrap up. My wrap-up would be like this. Every parliament has three functions, like representative function, when it represents itself, when it's controlling function, and it's also lawmaking function. Ekaterina today shared to us how the Russian parliament does not do its lawmaking, and I hope in next presentations she will cover the other two clearly. We must agree to our expert in a sense that in order to understand correctly about what goes on with Russian parliamentarism, we must expand the framework. And we will see that The constitution.
The Russian Federation describes the authority of the parliament in a very definite way, and from my viewpoint, it may be erroneous in a very sad way. So then you cannot expect from such parliament an efficient work. It's very difficult, and naturally, so to decide to increase the efficiency of the parliament's work, we can do it only against the background of the general context of improvement, efficiency of the political system of Russia. And against this, you can improve the parliamentary functions. But at the same time, I don't want to hide my pleasure that so Ekaterina now is here in capacity of expert. I hope that she will stay in that fashion as the expert for us. And so let's give her a round of applause.
Спасибо, не говорили про меня всякого. Спасибо, да, спасибо.
Дорогие друзья, занимайте, пожалуйста, приготовленные места. Добрый вечер, пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь скорее и Итак, внимание, а сейчас, товарищи.
Okay, let's begin our deliberations. Calling to order. Can we have some silence? So I suggest that we do a very difficult and creative work. So the work is as follows. Just imagine that you are that this place where we are now is located not in Zelenogorsk, but on a different planet, on Jupiter, for example. And where no law is there, no constitution of Russia, no taxes laws, nothing, void. Yeah, so no Hammurabi law there, so nothing, absolutely nothing. And so the task will be to somehow codify, so our life. So we need to design rules, statutes, institutions, laws that everyone will be willing to abide by. So these rules, these procedures, they should not be more than 12. Yes, there should not be more than 12 rules, and they need to fit into one sheet of paper or just typed on a computer. So no more than 12 laws and only one page. So we'll do it not individually, but we'll do it in groups. But we're not going just to divide you forcefully in groups, because we are on Jupiter, and so there are no laws. And you do it yourselves. So break into self-containing groups. Each group should not be less than 7 persons. If you have less than 7, then you have no right to offer your laws, your vision of laws. Yeah, because you have not, because you are not big enough. So that's one constraint. Please, quiet. You'll break into groups in a few minutes. And I forgot to tell you that starting from today, so my colleague, my friend Andrei Babitsky joined me today, so we'll work together. Please welcome him. All ancient laws originally appeared as codes. Originally, because these codes differed from ordinary laws only by the way they were organized. For example, if you say A, you say B. If you say B, you say C. So, for example, if a person stole a cow from the duke, so then you should He should know what will happen to if he stole a cow from a peasant. So then the codes should be systematic, streamlined. They need to describe in their basic form so the situations, life situations that we face. So you can codify any sphere of life. So the first codes spoke about what happens, what's going to happen to a person who killed another person or just maimed him, and what happens to another person who stole something from someone, what's going to happen to him, and so his property or whatever encroached on his property. I can give you some examples from Russian Pravda code. So if you hit someone with a sword without drawing it from the scabbard, 12 coins. If you hit him on the arm and the arm stops moving, it's another sum of money. If you hit him on the hip and then the hip stops working, so then the Hammurabi law. So if the person is in debt and he sold his wife, his son, for the debt, or gave them into slavery, then for 3 years, so they need to serve the house of the household, and the 4th year, so they need to be freed. But if the slave is given over to another household, then they don't have to be returned, and so they stay there forever. If a free person, it's only for 3 years, then they're free again. And then codifying, you can codify any sphere of human activity that your group wants to codify. So you can codify what you. So for how many meals a day you have. So you can codify the procedure of selecting speakers, for example, what they have the right to talk about, what they don't have the right to talk about. So you can codify how people need to talk to each other. Yes, or just anything else. So any things that you think need to be codified. And then the last thing, so you need to do it. You can do it seriously, or you can do it facetiously. So then, kind of a role, you play a certain game, and because the group shouldn't be no fewer than 7 persons, you can say that. So you want to live by the law of Hinduism or radical Islam, or the law of the jungle. I don't know what you want, and. Or also what the rules of how you would like to live under Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher, for example. So you are free to select any position: communist, religious, ideological, whatever. Yeah, you need to find co-thinkers. Yeah. Then some more examples. So then the laws, quite real laws of Idaho State. So the code of laws, they say, for example, that man can is not allowed to give his lover boxes of candies weighing less than 50 grams, or a man has no right to go fishing. Then the Florida state law that we love so much, so to buy property for the some parties in Russia. So men are banned to go in public dressed in women's clothes without ribbons or whatever. Yeah, in women's clothes, or it's not allowed to make love to a porcupine, or whatever. Yeah. So the Florida law forbids making love to a porcupine. So seeing that there's good feedback, a good response, a very lively response. Because we compete not only for the best intellect and for each other's attention, but I think that so we should not act like the deputies of the Duma. So we should not make. So we need to be happy doing that. We need to be lively. You need to do it with a great deal of humor, because laws are taken seriously if they are. If I didn't get it, and the second, and if they correspond to some real human requirements, correspond to and or address certain human issues, only then the laws work. But that okay, and then. And try to. Would be interesting. So try if you could. Just I heard the wonderful story from Ekaterina Shulman. So that's because all I know about the law I learned from her, and so she put some excerpts from different laws and put them together. This mosaic of laws, in a very productive way. But you narrow down your own so space of the possible, and so the law should be perceived as substantive, important, and so at the same time they should not contradict the human nature, should not oppose the human nature. So the law should not be greedy, whatever sanction it proposes. Very valuable comments, but in spite of the examples I've given you, certainly we can try to make it funny, but certainly it would be good if the laws that you will list on your sheet of paper, so should try to address certain issues, and you offer your version of the code to everyone. If we write those 12 laws, comments, how many pages for the comments you allow? Okay, so humor is welcome, but let's not concentrate only on humor, because fun is great, but there shouldn't be only fun. So now it's 9:15. So let's allow half an hour for the code. So we meet here at 9:45. And so please decide where you go. And so do it for half an hour, develop the code, and then come back. So we meet here at 9:45, and one more second of your attention. Each group will have 3 minutes for their presentation. So in 3 minutes, you need just to read your code, and on one page, and after that, you should very concisely argue why do you want just to abide by these laws and not any other set of laws. So quick argument and reasoning, and then probably you can talk about the alternative options and what you discussed and debated, but only 3 minutes each. So is there the top number of the people that could be in the group? 7 is the least number. What's the most number? So lawmaking is difficult. You can start coalitions. Can we start coalitions? Minimum 7, maximum, no maximum number. Okay, let's do it.
Встречаемся в 21:45.